Hello, explorers, and welcome back to the Feywilds. Hope you're all doing good. I'm sorry for my leave of absence there. It's been a rough couple of days. That's okay. I'm back at it. We're good to go. Hello, Ifany. Hello, Komodo. Thanks for stopping by. I do appreciate. As we return to the world of Evadal in Tales of the Apocrypha. A little louder than usual. Oh boy, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Of course, I'm louder than normal. Well, you just get really loud, Renard. Hold on, there we go. Yeah, everything exploded. Like this morning, everything exploded. I was ready to go, I was getting ready to go, and then just nothing worked. Like nothing at all. Because of course it did, yeah. Because, I needed more problems. Oh, but anyway, we're gonna swap on over. We're gonna get caught up on all the shenanigans going on. We've got a full party this time. As we go and try and put a Duke, we're gonna incriminate the Duke. Hell yeah. Let's see over here. Whoa! Hello.
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 Hi. Hey. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Yeah.
We're vibing.
We're vibing.
We are.
That's
yes. Welcome everyone to another session of Tales of the Apocrypha. I am Dungeon Mom Star Ion, and we have the whole crew with us today.
Yay.
Hell yeah.
I'm back.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back.
Back
yeah.
from a 2-week break.
You were missed. Yulia
You were
was missed.
Exactly.
I was dying when I realized I was going to be gone for 2 weeks. I was like, how am I going to survive?
Aw.
D&D withdrawals.
D&D withdrawal.
It is D&D withdrawals.
They're a rough thing.
Yeah. But, yes, of course, going down our list in no particular order, we have Bela playing as Narcellis, the half-drow sorcerer.
Who are you calling a half-drow? I don't know what you mean.
Oh.
Oh.
Well.
I'm kidding.
Well, then.
Well. We have Eliza playing as Yavari, the tiefling wizard.
Hello.
We've got Anna playing as Tove, our human cleric.
Hello, everybody.
We got Renard playing as Taffy, our tabaxi rogue.
Oh, wow. Can I interest you in some security?
We've got Rissa playing as Yulia, the tiefling bard.
Hello again.
And then, of course, we've got Rana playing as Arca, the Aarakocra barbarian.
Hello, here to hit things with axe.
Heck yeah. Here to have a good time.
Best bird.
But let's see. Last time on Tales of the Apocrypha, we did stuff.
Stuff happened. Things
So,
events took place.
yeah, General Fald. I had to remember what last time was. So General Faldman took Narcellis, Yavari, and Toe, right? I think it was you three?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he took you guys down to Olorn's smithy, Olorn being a dwarf who works for the Dazzling Brigade Guild, the ones who, of course, make and sell beast cores. And they went down there due to a anima shard beast core that Narcellis has embedded in his hand. And
As you do.
yeah, as you do. And
As one has.
basically trying to figure out how they might help him get it under control, as he seems to be having some problems with it spreading up his arm. But it's probably fine. It's no big deal.
It's fine now.
Probably.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, so Olorn was working on that. Meanwhile, we had Arca, Taffy, and Yulia. Yulia and I were ironing out the details. All went over to Gnomeland Security to try and get some intel, see what was going on. On the way there, Taffy ran into a Padlock member by the name of Samoya, whom was very, very friendly with Taffy.
Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
No, listen.
Uh-huh.
It's strictly
Ooh la
professional.
la.
Don't worry about it. It's
Yep,
fine.
Don't worry about
It's
it.
just a
Taffy has
coworker.
girlfriend.
It's just a very close coworker. Don't worry about it.
Mhm.
You know,
Very close.
That's
You
what
don't
they
have-
all say.
that's what
You
they
don't have
all
to
say.
worry about anything except Yulia's relentless teasing.
No one must know. Looks at Arca. No one must know.
Even
To be
though
fair-
it's so obvious.
He did bring her into the Caranula state and proceed to make googly eyes at her. So
He didn't make googly eyes.
Yeah.
He was busy
No,
messing
he
around with it.
did.
No, he did not. He was messing with ancient bliss.
I could tell.
I can see what's happening, and they don't have a clue.
Oh my god.
Hope,
Julia busts
Hope
out
can see
into
the marks of love.
bust down to the Disney song over here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
disgusting.
But you guys headed over to Gnomeland Security after Taffy filled in Samoya on kind of some of the goings-ons and asking her to bring some supplies over to the Caranula State so they could prepare to approach Duke Gabroth, try and finagle their way into his manor. Inside, you guys were greeted by the pink-haired gnome you last saw at Lord Pierpont's manor, by the name of Tagira, whom is the Gnomeland Security Guildmaster. She was quite friendly as she welcomed you inside, particularly interested in Taffy as he explained that he was leaving the Padlock Guild, or had left it, and was looking for a new guild to join. Whereupon she taught you some of their basic glyphs that they use in all of their security jobs. You got to go back to the Caranula Estate with that. And after Narcellus piped up about how their magic circles in the Underdark turned everyone into spiders,
Oh, yeah.
we've now been trying to get them to just be polymorph spider magic circle.
We're making sure that they work as intended, so that like we can disable them. It'll be fine.
Totally not so that you
Yeah,
can
we're
get
not gonna-
the Gnomeland Security in trouble by turning
Yeah,
to the spiders,
of
right?
course not. Wow, we'll
Hey,
never do that.
No.
No.
Couldn't.
Narcellus could never support that kind of thing. He told me that.
Yeah. All right, but that is about where we'll pick up now. The party has reconvened again at the Caranula Estate as they've kind of helped fill one another in of what you guys have been up to during the day. And now it's grown rather late into the evening, I would say, as you guys went outside to test polymorph circles, thankfully not blowing anything up somehow.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
And then at that point, you all are starting to wind down due to this late hour. It's kind of agreed that you'll approach the Duke in the morning, because it might be better to try and do it legally before trying to break in.
Yeah.
Legally.
Taffy can go over the
Uh-huh.
plan one more time. Legally. Listen, it'll be legal. Totally.
Yeah.
A little bit,
Yeah. So, I want to try something a little different to help with, doing some role play during downtime.
Okay.
So I'd like everyone to please roll a d20 for me.
Oh, baby.
Oh shoot! I should be signed into roll 20. Hold on.
Might
You
help.
should.
It's
I was about to
maybe.
say.
That might help.
You can roll a d20 in your mind if you really want to.
Okay, I'm rolling.
Look at that, and that's 20.
Look at that! I got a 20. Wow.
The
Oh.
theater of the imagination. I only roll
Straight nat
20s.
20.
Look at that, I
Shaking
got
my
a
head.
nat 40.
Shaking
Okay, okay, I'm-
Nat 40. Just start banking 20s for the future.
Right, exactly.
We're also, Rana, we're also missing you in roll 20. Oh, there you
Yeah,
are.
I'm lucky.
Arca, calling me out for your own mistake.
Well, wouldn't it be so funny if this is like the only high roll that Nurshella gets?
Shut. Listen, he can't cast magic right now. He doesn't have a focus, so
This, you know what? I lied. I take it back.
gonna roll a nat 20 on a punch.
On a punch.
That's it.
Send
Yeah.
someone flying across the field.
It's fine. I'll just go buy some food.
Buy some more lobsters.
Can you use a lobster as a focus?
Oh my god. The Lobstermancer.
Okay,
Unclassed shrimp.
I mean, we did discuss briefly, like, your chat had this idea of, like, putting lobsters on gloves and using them as a weapon. Starion did say I could do that.
There
It
you
like,
go.
was better than the idea of having, like, a bunch of Furbies tied together, so...
God. I hate that, actually.
I'll take the crab hands over the Furbies.
Same.
Same.
Every
You
time.
know what? So true.
That's so true. You don't want the Furby whip?
Oh, that does
No.
sound good, though.
You know, I would rather not, to be honest.
Just hear
Well,
like
you don't
20
have to have
Furbies. Yeah, just going at it
Oh my god.
while you
Wait,
fling
wait.
them around.
Furby.
If I can play a song like a Pied Piper and command all these Furbies, then I'm in.
The Furby
Usually I would just
Okay, but, like, why can't you command the lobsters?
I need to know their song.
Oh.
What's the song of the lobsters?
Oh,
The song of the lobsters.
Rock lobster.
Ah.
Lobster.
Okay, I'm so sorry. What? Serious D&D face.
Oh my god. Shaking my head, shaking it. Okay.
We were
Sorry, I
doing
was
something
trying
with
to-
roleplay. I'm sorry.
Yes. No, it's fine. I was trying to figure something out here.
Awesome. Okay. So,
Yeah.
Check. Discord.
Okay. Okay. Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, whoa.
Thank you.
Oh, whoa.
Hello?
Oh, whoa, Mr. President.
Oh my
Hello, Mr. Obama.
Get down,
god. Please. I will leave this chat. I can't do it tonight.
Jabari just jumped straight into the god's eye.
Oh, no.
Like, literally.
Hold on, I gotta share this.
Hello, Mr. Godson.
I can't do this.
I can't do this.
Okay.
God gives his trials to his strongest soldiers, and we're not it.
Hello, Silphus.
Oh, whoa.
No.
No.
Okay. All right. So going with our roles here, I'm going to start with Narshellis first. So essentially what I want you guys to do is we're going to go down the list and you're all going to pick either someone else in the party or an NPC. Can either be someone in the house or someone out in the city that you've met or that you have met. that you would like to have a scene with for the moment. What are we? This is the evening time. It's kind of later in the day, almost night. I just want to try and help you guys with doing some little character development while we have little moments like this.
Oh.
So yes, Norshellus, since you rolled the highest, you are up first to choose any NPC or PC you might like to have Norshellus interact with.
This feels like a loaded gun in my hands.
Uh-huh.
Can I roll a d5?
Sure. Well, I think you'd have to roll a d6, but
Actually,
Oh yeah.
actually,
No, you can
Actually,
you
wait,
can roll
no.
custom die.
you can.
Okay. Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna write them in a order. Hold on. Okay.
Like that.
Go.
Okay,
Like
here,
a
I'll pretend to roll a d5.
Thank you.
Oh, you got a 1.
That one.
That one.
Okay. Taffy.
Oh
Taffy.
baby.
All right. Go ahead and Norshellus, roll me 2 d100.
I'm sorry.
Just roll it. Trust me.
Just trust me.
Trust me. All right.
I was not aware that was actually a thing.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So I have a little table I'm looking at where it's basically going to be your prompt for the scene.
Oh no.
Oh.
So,
Ooh.
Improv night.
oh god, yeah, yours aren't great. So here you go. Here's your choices.
Okay.
Oh baby.
Oh. So, let me know which of those you choose. I
You've
don't
got to be fucking kidding me. You picked both of his traumas.
Oh no.
Ow.
If you'd
Okay.
like, I will let you
No,
roll
no, no.
another 100.
No, let's go ahead and get it out of the way. All right, we're gonna go with the first one.
The first, oh boy, alright.
Oh boy.
So,
Oh.
we'll say Norshellus and Taffy. You guys are... Probably some of the other party members are kind of hanging around. You guys are currently in the, like, sitting area in the Carannula estate. There's, like, a couple of sofas. You know, Ari was probably playing cards with Norshellus in here at one point the other day. Because we're eating. It's fine. And it's quiet. You guys are all kind of just relaxing. You might have just finished your dinner, beautiful dinner that was served by you, Lauren. Yeah, now you just have some kind of free time to sit and chat with one another. Maybe get a little caught up on your day.
Okay. Alright, can I start?
Yes.
Bernard, I am so sorry.
Oh boy.
So, Norshellus is seated, if it's alright, Bernard, probably a few spaces beside Taffy, like not in touching distance,
Okay.
on one of the big cushioned sofas. And he's got his hands together, like very, very clearly like slumped onto the couch, very, very comfortable. But rotating like his ring around his good hand and just sort of looking at Taffy in this sort of weird way that says he wants to say something, but knows he probably shouldn't. And after losing the mental debate of should I say it or should I not, he sort of just leans forward, kind of toward Taffy, and he just says, "So what exactly had to happen to make you?"
Oh my god.
It's just Taffy's sitting there like, because you know he can tell that Nars wants to say something, but he's just like he's just gonna wait. He's like, oh my, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be hilarious. So he's just kind of leaning back in in his chair, and then Nars leans forward and his little kitty grin widens, and then he's like, what? The question was asked, and he just he like kind of jolts a little bit, like. Like he wasn't prepared. He was not prepared for that, and so he kind of stumbles and he says, "Like as a person, or like Like my
Well-
career path, or
I mean, you're a cat person. Like,
yes?
I just mean, like, was one of your parents a human and the other one a cat? Like,
Oh,
how did
I
this
see.
happen?
I'm guessing you haven't really hung out with a lot of tabaxi, have you?
I've hung out with a mind flayer.
Okay, that's pretty cool. That's actually really kind of interesting. Story for another time. But the I mean, when you know, I mean, I'm part of I'm part of a species called the tabaxi.
Yes, I gathered that much.
Yes, and both of my parents were also cat people.
Okay, but like they just were born that way?
Yeah, kind of like, and he kind of thinks for a second. You know, like how Arca's is a bird person, right? Well, I'm sure Arca's, or at least one of Arca's parents, was also a bird person.
I'm just saying, you know how I'm half human?
Mm-hmm. That's, I mean, I'm not half tabaxi or anything, so both
So
my parents
you're
are
not half human.
correct. I am not half human. The tabaxi just have human features.
So then, I mean, that means you knew both of your parents, right?
Ooh, ooh.
Oh.
I love that this is just a trauma session, trauma bonding.
I just walked right into that.
It just, like, it looked like you just stabbed Taffy in the heart. he's like, well, I can't say that I really knew them, at least for very long. But I do know they were both tabaxi. He's like trying to recover.
Narcellus will kind of look him up and down for a minute. He's going through the decision of, do I try to make it better, or do I let it happen? And
Let it happen. Oh.
Okay. So he's going to. I just needed to make a decision. He leans forward and says, "If it makes you feel better, I never met my dad."
Oh, and I can kind of relate. He kind of shifts around in his chair. You know, it's always real rough. Sorry about that.
You're fine. It'll- So, do you have parents or?
Oh my god.
Ooh. All right, so he's, you know, his tail's kind of flipping around. He's now like kind of glancing off to the side, right? No longer like it's kind of hard for him to make eye contact. He's like, well, I do have a dad. He's old Three Whiskers. He kind of recovers himself. You know, straightens back up. Yeah, old Three Whiskers. He runs the Padlock Guild. He had adopted me when I was very young. Wonderful old man. I really, you know, do my best to, you know, make him proud, that sort of thing.
Oh, he just sort of lets it stand at for a minute.
Oh.
So, you guys are close then.
Yeah, as close as, yeah, I'm sure that a son and their father could be. You know, we get
Nicholas
along.
raises an eyebrow.
Oh my god.
You know, he took care of me, took me in. He took care of me. We're on good relationship, that sort of thing. He's halfway across the world at the moment, but you know, I hope I do my best not to disappoint him.
So, what kind of things did he teach you? Like, what did you do with him?
Oh, well, he ran a guild, so I helped out a lot with that. Picked up a lot of how to. Of course, it wasn't just him; it was sort of the other guild members that would come and go in the HQ before I was old enough to like leave on my own. But yeah, it's like I don't know if it's typical father-son kind of relationship. He's like clearing his throat, shifting around in his seat, like he doesn't really know how to have this conversation. It's like, but like, I helped them out with the guild, polishing locks, putting together like, some of the wooden scarabs we use. The got to play a little bit. I did, most of my friends were actual guild members, so. It was kind of a group kind of effort, if we're talking about how I was raised, but he would always teach me everything he knew about how to pick a lock, how to make sure a lock doesn't get picked, that sort of thing.
So he'll pause for a minute and sort of steeple his fingers together, kind of not looking at tapping. So how? You said he took you in. Like, what do you mean? Did you want to live with him?
Taffy again. He kind of shifts around, and he's like, "Well, a long time ago, my parents passed away. I ended up having to, and he kind of like wipes his brow, fend for myself there for a little while before I was found by old man Three Whiskers. Then he adopted me as it were."
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
He sort of shifts and he's like, I've been asking you nothing but painful questions, apparently. Is there anything that I can tell you about my family that might make you feel better?
It's I just hey, whatever you want to tell me is whatever you feel like I should know. I'm here to listen.
It would really help me if you would ask a question.
Here we go. So you're from like, I don't really know much about the Drow a whole lot. Where are you from? Like, where do the Drow live?
From the Underdark. I'm specifically from a smaller city called Philisera, but there is a much larger city you've likely heard of in the Middle Dark called Mithrambe. It's about the size of half of Leyrid itself.
Dang. Pretty big. Did you visit it often?
I lived there for 6 or 7 months while I was honing my abilities, but most of my life was spent with mine in Philisera, though, as I said, it is quite small.
Oh, I gotcha. You can tell Taffy's he's carefully trying to like navigate asking this question because he doesn't want to like make Nars uncomfortable either. He's like, here's a question. What about that? You said you stayed with a mind flayer?
No, it's nothing like that. It's just my mother is a priestess of Loth. Do you have any other questions?
So hey, you were let's imply you were talking about what people turning into spiders. Is that a common occurrence in the Underdark?
Only if you make the goddess or the priestesses angry. But
oh, I gotcha.
I suppose it does happen often enough.
Okay. So something like, if Neferi wanted to strike you down with lightning or something like that. Gotcha. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure thing.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
And he pauses for a minute, like he had never thought about it. And he's like, I don't think so. I was unfortunately very young when I was adopted, let's put it that way.
Ah, I see.
Awesome. What about you? Do you have any siblings?
Let's see, there's my oldest brother, Resh, who is the housemaster assassin. There is my oldest sister, Shinrei, who was a commander. There is my deceased older brother, Zres. There is my older sister, Mithrana, and then my two younger sisters, Alira and Triel. He'll just sort of count them off on his fingers to make sure that he gets every single one of them. It's like, I've actually never spoken to Resh. He was given to a noble house in Mithranve to breed, but
Oh.
Oh,
my sibling affection is hardly encouraged. We are meant to fight one another, if only for our mother's benefit. But I did actually have a good relationship with Zres. He was my
Okay, and that was your older brother?
yes, younger than the Thrana, older. He it's hard to describe.
Understandable. No worries. Oh, here's a question. Do you seem like I don't know, maybe it's just me, but do drow you typically come to the surface and just sort of hang out?
They used to in vast quantities. They lived in a city called Willauven, which I believe now is called Darkwood.
Oh, that's that Darkwood. Ah, okay.
But infrequently I was brought to the surface by Imran at my own request. It's very different. It's very bright. It's very hot. We are considered traitors of a sort, which is why so many who chose to live in Valgard don't go back. I believe the phrase in common is surface elf, but really, it's. Do many Tabaxi leave the? I'm sorry. Where do Tabaxi live?
Well, they're kind of all over the place, but a large concentration of them are over in Aket and Abydos. That's where I'm from, anyway. I have to say.
Oh, you're a Kishi.
Yeah. I have to say this whole like surface elf kind of thing, it's a little new to me. I do apologize if I've come off as a little standoffish. From where I'm from, everyone's kind of treated the same, so I'm not used to this.
You mean in regards to what exactly?
Well, I mean, I kind of noticed the Valgard, let's call it the Dock District, isn't exactly up to snuff.
Yes, is all he's gonna say, and just nod his head. He's gonna say, so, that aside, can I ask you a personal question?
Well, we're already here, so go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Nah, it's fine. Listen, might as well get this out of the way now, especially if we're gonna be traveling together.
Are we going to be traveling together after this?
Oh, well, I always like to think that I always like to think so. I mean, maybe we split up every now and again, but I don't particularly like saying goodbye forever. Especially since, I travel around a lot. I'm sure we'll see each other again. World's always smaller than you think it is.
Well, on that topic, actually, you said that you know a lot about guilds, right?
Oh yeah, Abydos has just tons of them.
What do you think would happen if I started a guild?
If you started a guild? Oh man. Well,
Preferably not in the guard.
Oh yeah, this would be I would suggest there would be a awful business opportunity. I think anyone can start a guild. Depends, just come up with a service you think everyone needs, or something you think you can help the world out with, and then then it's all about paperwork and employees and payment. That's all that fun stuff.
You're already part of a guild, right?
Correct. I am technically an employee of the Padlock Guild.
He just sort of sits there for a minute, sort of looking at the ceiling at that and kind of mulling it over. Do you think you're going to be in the Padlock Guild forever?
So he actually scratches his chin and he looks up also at the ceiling. And he thinks about it. It's like, I hadn't really thought about that too far in the future. I guess, forever is a long time, so I suppose at some point I maybe I'll decide to start out my own guild, or I really do appreciate my relationship with Three Whiskers and the guild that he has put together. I really do believe in it. So as long as I can function appropriately within the Padlock Guild, I plan to stay as long as I can.
I see. I was going to say, if you ever get tired of it, you should start a guild with me.
Oh, well, guilds often do ally with each other all the time. They share resources, employees, equipment, that sort of thing. So if you ever start up a guild, I just so happen to know the guild leader to a particularly expansive security guild.
Oh, dude. Clearly being sarcastic.
The Tabby just laughs to himself.
I don't even know what would. When I say me, I don't even know what I would make my guild about.
So he kind of scratches his chin again, sort of thinking, well, what about, let's see here. You like to travel?
No.
Okay, all right, that's good. It's a good start. So something probably based in a singular location. Where would you like to? Let's talk about it. Where would you like, if you were to set up a guild anywhere in the world? Where would it be?
He just sort of thinks about that for a minute, because he wants to say Philisera, but he doesn't. And he says, to be honest, Taffy, I have only ever been to Drakemound, Falgard, and Stuffed, and Dark, so I don't know.
Well, then it sounds like you should probably travel. I mean, no, you don't like it, but hey, if you stick with us, or at least I seem to, do like to travel a lot. So if you want to get a little bit more of a broader view of the world, stick with us.
But doesn't that mean I have to go on a boat?
There might be alternatives. Did I tell you? Do you know about the airships in Abydos? Those are something to the sight to see there.
What's an airship?
It's like a ship, but instead of going on water, it flies through the air like a bird.
Over the water?
Okay, well, technically yes, but you're so high up you probably won't even see the water.
So when I hit it, I explode?
All right, well, they're pretty safe, you got railings, and you can always tie yourself to the ship, and there's have you ever been sky flying? That's always fun. You tie yourself to the mast and you just kind of you know, swing her off the side of the boat.
Taffy.
Okay, all right.
If I tell you this, you can't use it against me.
Fair enough.
There is something I'm a little more afraid of than you are.
Oh, is it heights?
No,
Okay.
it's the sky.
Oh. Okay, so maybe an airship's not for you.
It's just that for so long I would look up and there's stalactites and cave and it's nice and closed in and dark, and then I come out here and the first thing that greets me is a thunderstorm and it's loud and awful and I'm wet and I'm cold.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah, that might be a little rough as a first experience, but hey, tell you what. If we ever get the opportunity, and you stay with me on this one,
Okay.
if we could get a small airship, and just once, if you'll allow me, I'll take you up to the sky and I can show you how beautiful it can really be.
Only on one condition.
Okay.
I get to fly it.
And he scratches his chin. We could probably rent an airship for pretty cheap.
Oh.
With a little bit of instruction, yeah, we could probably do that. Especially if we get one of the slower ones. Those are kind of hard to crash anyway.
Do you think it can go faster than Arca?
Oh, now there's a bet. Let's see if we can. Oh, man, if we get to Abydos, I'll see about getting an airship, and then we can have a race with Arca. How's that sound?
That would be awesome!
Excellent. Perfect.
What if we start a guild of airship racers?
Ooh, that might be an interesting idea. And we would need to see if we could start up a circuit, see if we can get any other competitors, investors. And then he stops himself like, crap, wait, no.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we'll look into that. We'll put a pin in that one.
Very true, very true. Anyway, I have to go see what components that are lying around in Tove's bag of holding. And then I'm probably going to pass out.
That sounds like a plan. And he makes finger guns. Is like, you have an excellent evening, and be ready for tomorrow as we hopefully get this whole Duke thing squared away.
Yeah, I know. The general already gave me a pair of animal horns. I'm gonna die.
Hey, at least it'll make a really great story one day.
I don't want this in a song.
All right, we could just leave the horn part out, right? We could just focus on how we incriminated the evil Duke in his dastardly plans.
Hey, Taffy.
Yeah.
And he'll pause, like, in the opening of the room. He turns around and says, the next time we go on an adventure like this, can we not get involved with royalty?
I make no promises, but I would agree with you. I particularly don't want to deal with matters of this level. It's stressful.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Oh, sure thing.
It's just something that's been bothering me. You've already told me, I talked about it earlier. Are you my friend?
And he kind of chuckles like, well, of course I'm your friend. Friends don't travel halfway across the continent with or not friends don't travel halfway across the continent. Of course we have to be friends.
Oh. Okay. Then I guess I'll try to be your friend too.
Well, thank you. I mean, you already are, Nars. You don't have to worry about trying too hard.
Don't say it like that.
What do you mean? Listen, when we're in combat, we gotta trust each other, right? You watch my back, I watch yours.
It's not really how. Never mind. Good night.
Good night, Nars.
He'll just shake his head and slip out the door.
There's
He is
our little
so
scene with you guys.
cute.
That was so cute.
Honestly, 10 out of 10. But yeah, Nershellus will go off to look through Tove's bag of holding, apparently. Try and find some components. Alright, then moving down the list, Yavari, Awiza. You rolled next highest after Nershellis. So I would like you to pick any member of the party or an NPC you guys have run into here in Valgard that you'd like to do a scene with.
Can I roll a d5, even though it's not really an option?
Yeah, here.
Roll.
You got a 5!
Ooh,
Good job.
I'm guessing that would be Nershella?
Okay. It's up to you.
I'm going off by how everybody's formatted on Taffy's Taffy stream.
Gotcha.
Not Taffy.
Nars is gonna be
Oh,
just getting
Nars.
all this. It's all right, guys. It's Nars. It's Nars Day. We're all gonna.
No,
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's fine.
We all
It's
picked
fine.
ours.
love that.
We'll all pick on Nars today.
Yeah, so it would be with Narshellas.
Okay. Alright, so go ahead and roll 2d100 for me.
Love it.
Alright, what'd you get? Okay, 34 and 50. Alright, so I will give you your 2 little prompts that you can choose from. Actually, roll one more time. Because 50 is what Nershellis went with.
Oh, chose
You
the
rolled-
wrong dice.
Yeah.
My
No,
bad.
just roll one D100.
Yeah.
Okay, 22. Okay.
I'm feeling 22.
Okay. So here are your 2 prompts that you can choose from. I'll send those to you.
I'm
Ooh,
scared.
I'm scared.
Mhm.
you know. Okay. Um. Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, so since you're doing this with Nershellis, we'll just kind of continue from where that scene left off. So Nershellis, you make your way further into the Caranul estate, probably heading towards the guest rooms where I imagine Tove probably has left her bag of holding, like in her room.
Mhm.
And as you're approaching the doors, you see Yavari has maybe just exited her room. As you guys then run into each other there in the hallway. Yavari, if you would like to start, you kind of start the scene.
So, the first thing that Nershellis sees is that Yavari is holding her bag with a bunch of yarn and needles sticking out.
Yes.
And she was going to have some quiet time until she bumps directly right into Nershellis, not even paying attention to what she's doing.
And he will stumble back away from Tove's door and sort of look at her and be like, "Are you blind?"
I was simply not looking in your direction while I was walking. I was paying attention to my surroundings. So there.
So there.
Okay. You know, you're supposed to say you're sorry.
Yeah, you know, tieflings have this superstition of when you apologize, a tiefling burns in hellfire.
Just catch fire.
You know, I've been around some abyssal tiefling in Isranve. I've never heard this before.
You know how surface tieflings are like, total wimps compared to my fellow brethren tieflings that are from the other town. Anyways, yeah. So no,
Fine.
I'm gonna
then-
knit you.
What?
I'm gonna knit you a sweater. Okay, chill out.
Oh,
No.
No. I mean, you were just
I-
saying
you've
about being
already-
cold, you know?
Exactly right. You're freezing. Yuvari is gonna think for a sec. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're fine.
Yuvari thinks for a second, and then she starts wondering if the drow had any superstitions. So she looks at Nercellos and goes, totally, maybe off topic or on topic. Do the drow have any superstitions? I mean, you're the first drow I've ever seen, so.
What do you mean by superstitions?
How can I describe it? It's like when somebody says you step on a crack, you break your mother's back, right?
Oh, if only.
That
If only.
That's kind of like a superstition. Or if you break a mirror, you get so and so years of bad luck.
Well, that explains a lot.
Oh. That explains
Wow.
oh.
Do you break a lot of mirrors in your time, Narcellos?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But she is genuinely curious and just kind of leans forward as well.
Fine,
What are
fine.
some of the things your people do?
I mean, we don't. Superstitions. I mean, we're theocratic civilization, so I guess I can say that. Okay. For example, it's not really a superstition, but if you kill a spider in the town where I live, it's punishable.
Punishable?
Yes. Well, you see, there's this whole idea that when drow die, we become spiders to serve wolves, so every time you kill a spider, you kill a dead drow.
Oh!
Oh!
Yuvari just kind of smiles and thinks about all the spiders she's killed in her life.
Oh no!
Interesting. Anyways, please continue.
Or if you make Wolf angry, or make her think that you're not worshipping her as much as she should be, she can turn you into a drider.
A grider? What's that?
A drider, like the same
A
thing.
drider.
The venom that we got, it's a
Oh, yeah. You're so right. You've already been totally paying
half drow.
attention to this.
Half drow, half spider.
Interesting. Are those the only superstitions your people have, or are those the most prominent?
I don't know if this is a superstition, but okay, so everything considered, I don't know, how would you define the feeling that you get when you trust someone, when you have friends or fall in love?
That would be a great feeling to feel, wouldn't it?
Ooh.
I'm just pauses and narrows his eyes. He's like, that's not what I meant.
Well, what do you mean by that then? What are you asking me specifically?
I was just asking what you would call those feelings.
Hope? Happiness? Feeling
Well-
a sense of security?
Well, those things are called vulnerabilities where I'm from. And you don't let yourself be vulnerable. You just... If you have a friend, there will be a time, inevitably, like Imran, when they will stab you in the back. You make friends and bide your time until there's a point where they're exposed and you can embed your knife right between their shoulders.
Ooh.
Oog.
That's
Yavari just nod.
Just
not.
nods.
So, I guess, not really a superstition, but maybe everyone that you know will, when they get the chance, inevitably betray you.
Yavari is kind of quiet as he continues talking on, nodding her head, because in some way she feels the exact same way. She thinks the same way. It's like inevitably people will fuck you over for no reason to better themselves. So I would agree. Those are vulnerabilities.
Point being, so if those are vulnerabilities, why would you say that you're my friend?
Because it's nice to imagine that there are people in this world that don't take advantage of your vulnerabilities. And I'm trusting you to not take advantage of our friendship.
Marcellus will lift his head up a little and narrow his eyes just a little bit, and he'll say, and what about all the people in Valbard that don't trust Drow? Don't you think that there's a little truth to that?
You give them the image you want to project.
Yeah, and you do the same. So don't you think it's a little easier sometimes never having to say you're sorry?
I suppose, but... And she stops as she thinks. It's still nice to have manners, even if you don't believe in them.
So where'd you sell yours?
Oh. Oh.
And Yafari just gives him a little smirk. And then she shakes her head and looks off to like a random spot on the wall. You know, Nershellis, you have much more potential to prove people wrong about the Drow. Just as much as you have the liberty and self-awareness to perpetuate it. And that's all I can say.
He just sort of narrows his eyes at her and makes like this, the corner of his lips just sort of rolls upward, and he just leans forward into her space. And he says, it's not my job to educate anyone on how they should treat my people.
Never said that.
Besides, don't tiefling have their own little stereotypes to worry about? Aren't you all
Oh,
little
yeah.
demons from hell?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, and I believe that it doesn't matter what you do. People will always use your stereotypes against you. And it is your responsibility. Well, maybe I shouldn't say responsibility, but you will always be looked at underneath a magnifying glass. Always. It's up to you how you decide to react to that. And that's what I do.
And how's that working out for you so far?
Swimmingly.
Then why is it that every time you open your mouth, not only can I hear just how fake every piece of bullshit you have to spew is, but I can't stand you just a little bit more?
You know, Norshella, you are a brat. A brat with the rudest mouth I think I've ever heard. But. And then she stopped. And she goes, you know what? Yeah, that's all I had to say.
So, why don't you take your pause and then look down at what's in your hand? Little needles, and go sew something for your rat.
Yeah, you and him look about the same size. I'll knit something for you too.
Don't bother. Can you just get out of my way and leave me alone?
Yuri rolls her eyes and just walks down the stairs without even addressing our shells again.
I love that.
They're friends, guys. They're actual friends.
Totally. He'll just make his way into Tove's room to, peruse the bag of holding.
Look through all her stuff.
You've already
Probably just
knitting
dumping
this
it all
sweater
out
that
onto the bed.
says, "Fuck you, Norcellis" on it.
Tove's gonna walk back into her room later, and it's just going to be literally everything she's ever gathered, just on the bed.
Yes.
Yep, exactly. Speaking of Tove,
Oh.
Tove, it's your
Hello.
turn.
Yay! Okay.
And so, out of the player characters or any NPCs you guys have spoken with, who would you like to interact with?
I am gonna roll a d6.
Okay.
Get a 5, just kill me.
It's just
I have to
got
roll that
3.
again. Okay. I had to re-roll that because it was giving me an Archellus. And
Oh no!
No.
the dice really said, "Everybody speak to Archellus tonight."
Poor Nars.
Apparently.
This
Just
poor kid's just like, leave me alone!
Never.
Go!
The dice gods have forbade it.
Barricades his room.
We just bust through the
Okay.
door. No.
Yep.
Okay, that is going to be Yulia. So
Oh.
Oh, here we go. A Yulia Tove interaction. Here we go.
Heck yeah. Alright, then go ahead and roll 2d100. Oh, 5 and 86. Alright. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. So here's your 2 prompts.
oh god, I'm so scared.
I'm also scared.
If you don't like either of those, I will let you re-roll, but
Okay, can I re-roll?
I'll let you have one reroll.
Okay. Because I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
Okay, there's the number.
Okay. You got this one.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, this is when like my improv skills really need to kick in.
Actually,
Okay. What? Well, that was kind of fun.
Yeah. I
Okay.
can go with that.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay.
So
Let's see.
So
Oh,
how
go ahead.
about I will I'll say where would you like for Tove to be? Yes.
I would say probably after the crazy ward experiments
Mm-hmm.
on the lawn. I think Tove probably I assume she'd probably just kind of come inside and be like in the general like hanging out area where everybody's been.
Okay. Then Julia, you okay with kind of being around that area?
Yeah.
Vibing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, I think you'll find Yulia working on a letter.
Oh, there you go.
Ooh. Okay. So I think kind of winding down from just the events of the day. Tove's just sort of like, kind of just been like sitting around, thinking about things, kind of twiddling her thumbs, since Runarian's not around, at least not that she can find. And she'll notice Yulia, like, sort of over wherever Yulia is, writing a little letter, and I think she's gonna walk over and not necessarily peering over Yulia's shoulder, but just sort of like kind of approaching in like just like a friendly, like, oh, what you got going on there. We'll kind of just like clear her throat and say who are you writing to?
Yulia will. They're just kind of writing. They're very focused. They kind of have a unusually somber expression writing this letter. And immediately when they hear Anna of Tove coughing and look up and see it's Anna of Tove names. What are they? Then the smile kind of flips on, just the one that they like to use for pleasantries, and but you can kind of see it's kind of halfway, but being somber and trying to have the energy to hold up the smile, and they'll kind of say, well, with everything that's been happening here, they kind of just like stumble on the words on like trying to figure out how to say it, and they'll just kind of go, I have friends here who took me in when I kind of left, and they helped me a lot. And I'm kind of worried now, my being back here and with everything happening, that I'm putting them in danger. So I kind of wanted to go back and talk to them and maybe enlist Taffy to secure their home for them, just so for my peace of mind, that they feel a little safe. But then I started thinking that's probably going to make it worse. So if I feel brave enough to do it, then I'll do it. But otherwise, they'll hold up the letter. I'm just writing out everything that's happening so that they can be aware, and specifically with instructions to burn this afterwards, because I feel bad, and I want to make sure that nothing happens to them. if I can help it.
And Tob will like if Yulia is okay with it, we'll just kind of like I guess maybe sit down. I'm not sure if is she at like a table or something.
They're probably in maybe like on a couch and they're kind of like using like their journal as like a writing pad.
Oh, okay. Well, then I think Tob will sit down next to them, and like she'll just sort of, nod along as they're talking, and obviously, like as Yulia is like expressing sort of their concerns, Tob's face will kind of become a little bit more solemn, I think, and she'll just nod and say. I feel kind of similar about my cousin back in Drake Mound. I mean, not that, she's really been dragged into anything, but the thought of us getting caught up in all of this crazy, like regicide and going to jail and dealing with pirates. I mean, part of me worries sometimes that maybe what if I'm dragging the people that I love into that too. But I'm sorry that you're worried about them. I'm sure they'll be okay.
Yeah, I try not to worry. I know that they're capable, but sometimes this feels like this is beyond us. So I'm worried about that extending over as well.
Yeah, I get that feeling. This was really only supposed to be what we were just supposed to help a farmer get to Valgard, and then that was gonna be it. And I mean, well, we made it to Valgard, but there's a lot more stuff that's happening now.
We went a very roundabout way to get here, and honestly, I've been making notes on our journey because that's the whole point of me coming out here anyway. I wanted to write my own story, and I just look at everything that happened, and it's just like, I wouldn't believe it if I was telling it, but it happened.
Yeah, it's it almost sounds too good to be true, doesn't it? Or maybe too bad to be true.
Too bad to be true.
And Tove at this point is kind of like picking at her fingernails and sort of just like looking at her hands, and she sort of is just sort of thinking for a moment and says, so if you don't mind me asking,
Yulia will set their note aside and turn more towards Tove to basically give her full undivided attention.
Oh, that's really nice. So I kind of feel in some ways like maybe because like you said that you wanted to go to Valgard and like head out in the world to like write your own story, and part of me feels that way too, but I just wonder what made you decide to like take that step, to jump into like the unknown.
Yulia's expression warms, and you could tell that they're like, this is something that they're comfortable talking with, so they'll just kind of lean into the couch, and the smile isn't like one of like trying to keep up a performance. It's actually one of like they're thinking of like of good things. And they'll just kind of start with, I basically grew up in a tavern. My parents were performers. My dad actually taught me how to play the lyre, and my mom taught me to sing. And just my whole life, I've been surrounded by adventurers, of people just coming and going from pretty much everywhere. And just the more I heard their stories, the more I just wanted to make my own. And well, and then they kind of like, their face kind of like sours a little bit, but my family thought it was kind of unrealistic. Well, not unrealistic, but they were just worried because, you know, anything can happen when you're out here. But I was too stubborn for my own good, and I just really wanted to get out there and see what there was. I wanted to be the one to tell stories someday.
And Tova just sort of nod and think for a moment before she sort of turns to look at Yulia and says, At the tavern that you grew up in, was there a lot of like dancing?
People were drunk enough, yeah. there would be dancing. Not very good dancing. Sometimes very good ones. But mostly not.
It's like it depended on how long the alcohol was out.
Exactly.
And Tove sort of laughs and she's like, you know, something I miss about Drake Mound is once a month, and like, well, it would happen on feast days, but then sometimes on just random days where we wanted, you know, where everybody like wanted to get together, like we would have these like, you know, little like get-togethers in the middle of town, and you know, there'd be like lots of food and like dancing, and I've really been missing like that community aspect. So I imagine like, you know, growing up in a tavern where you just had people like coming and going, and you know, and just sort of like, I mean, I would imagine it was a nice atmosphere. You know, it was probably like a kind of like a little party every day.
And they'll nod in agreement, just like, yeah, it would. That was basically that every day.
Maybe we should, you know, like throw a little like party sometime, you know, just to boost morale.
Like with just our group?
Well, I mean, yeah, but you know, we could invite more people. I mean, I'm sure General Baldwin wouldn't mind having well, maybe he would. I don't know. I could probably convince Ari to have like some sort of like party here, and we could have dancing, and and you could play like some of your cool songs.
I think that's a wonderful idea. I think we could use some of that, honestly.
And Tove will nod, and she'll stand up and she'll say, "You know what? I think I'm gonna start planning it. I think you're right. I think we need that. I think we need something good amidst all of this craziness and seriousness and, you know, potential for so much bad to happen. I think we should have a party, and I think we should have dancing. And I'm going to plan it. But do you think you could come up with like a list of like songs or just to sort of like set the atmosphere.
I can absolutely do that under one condition.
Okay.
You and I have a dance.
I would love that.
Then I can start making a list of songs that I know. Maybe I can get Arca to play the bagpipes. Some of these songs will be really good for it.
Oh.
I think that would be a wonderful idea. And Tope's just sort of gonna like clasp her hands together and just has this huge grin on her face, and she's going to say, if we're gonna have a party, I'm gonna have to get to work. And figure out what type of food we're gonna eat. I can definitely bake a pie. And she's gonna sort of start like talking to herself about all the little details. And just sort of say, and then kind of sort of stop herself and say, "Thank you, Yulia, for talking with me."
Thank you for sitting down with me. I know we haven't had many chances like this, but this was really nice. And now I'm pretty excited now to basically have a party.
Me too. And then Toph will kind of like shuffle, toddle off, because now she's just like thinking of so many things that she has to plan for this party and what type of pie she's going to bake, and if she can convince, Lauren to get some different types of ingredients for the kitchen. So.
All right, perfect. No, we only got through half of you guys, but I'm gonna go ahead and move us on. I will save my little list for next time. Get some downtime.
Okay.
So we can do some more role playing. Yeah. I don't know who I'm throwing. Here we go. Put
That was
token
cute.
here.
I enjoyed that a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
adorable.
adorable.
So Tove, you exit the room, and I assume she's gonna be heading back towards her room?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So you head on through the house and back to the guest quarters. What's up?
I just wanted to let you know, Renard. I think roll 20 is stuck. I just had to do a refresh because Taffy and Marcellus are no longer on the screen. And have not been for a very long time.
Oh.
Yeah, hold on, give me a minute. There we go.
Oh, it's.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, what is it doing?
There
Yeah,
we go.
It's doing a thing.
It had a bad time, but it hasn't been Marcellus and Taffy for a long time.
Oh, no.
That's
it's
fine.
fine.
That's fine. It's okay.
It's fine.
We fixed it. It's okay now.
There we
Well, 20
go.
is just having a little moment. It's getting a little eepy there.
Yeah, Weepy.
A little eepy.
Eepy and knee beat. So Tove, you head back through the house, down the hallway, back to the guest quarters. It's still a little confusing, but you make your way there without problem, thankfully. And you open the door to your room, your head spinning about the party and all the things you're going to have to get together for it. And you open the door to see Narshella standing at the bed with your bag of holding in his hands and probably half of the stuff inside of it just strewn across the bed sheets.
And I think Tove is just like, she just like opens the door and just is like standing there in the doorway, like staring for probably like a good solid like 15 seconds before she's just like, what is going on?
Components is all he says without looking up.
Components, Narcellus, and she just sort of like walks into the room, and then she just starts like picking things up off the bed, like, oh, here's like somebody's tunic, and here's some food, and she's just sort of like piling them all into her arms. And she's like, you're dumping the entire thing on my bed. What?
You're not using it. I need components.
Components for what, Narcellis? If there's something you need to find, I can help you.
Spellcasting. Need components.
Okay, that's totally real.
After a minute, he grabs the bottom of the bag and lifts it up and just holds it upside down.
No.
I don't even remember. What all have you guys been stashing in here?
So much
Everything.
things. Literally, like, I don't even know.
Julia's costumes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, costumes. Like probably all of the clothes from the ball. Like probably like, I'm sure Tova's warhammers are somewhere in there. There's just there's so much stuff.
Narcellis turns the bag over, and next thing you know, everything is coming out of this bag between clothes. There's like food that you guys had stashed in here. There goes Narcellis's sabers off to the side. Some hammers fall out of it. Tove's warhammer.
How many ball bearings?
At least like 200 of them. All over the floor.
No, Narcellis! How am I supposed to...
How do you not have any components?
I mean, I don't really need components. I didn't think they were something we were gonna have to... Can you please just put the bag down?
Finally, after one of the warhammers just falls out and like plops on the bed, bounces, thunks really hard on the floor, he just drops the bag and turns to look at her like with this sort of wide-eyed owl look.
And Tove, like at this, like when he's looking at her, like what he's seeing is like a very frazzled like human who went from like being very excited about the potential of like throwing a little party to to like, oh my god, I'm not gonna get to sleep until like midnight because I have to clean up this entire bag of holding. So her eyes are like wide and her arms are like stuffed with like random bits and bobs, and she's just sort of standing there just like halfway between like reaching for like I don't know, like some of the ball bearings that are probably on the bed, and she'll just sort of let out like a sigh and be like, okay, thank you.
And as she sighs and says that, you will hear some of the ball bearings, unable to be contained, roll onto the floor rhythmically one by one and scatter into the corner.
They will not be contained.
Sounds about right.
Yes, Tove. What is the problem?
Well, and she'll sort of just like motion with like her like one empty arm like around the room and be like, there's stuff everywhere. Everywhere. I don't even think I'm gonna be able to find all of the ball bearings and get them back in the bag.
And just then, as you guys are kind of arguing over recollecting all the items to put back in the bag of holding, you'll hear a quiet knock on the door, or it's probably pushed open a little bit, and Arca is the one who shall poke his head inside.
Oh.
As Arca, you heard a lot of commotion, things falling, and Tove and Narcellis kind of raising their voices at one another. So you were concerned.
Alright, Arca kind of like peeks his head in at first, and then he sees this this whole scene of like a bunch of craft just like scattered across Tove's room, like the floor is now difficult terrain from like all the barbarians. And like he fully opens the door and like he's like a mirror of like when Tove walked in at first, and like she just stared for 15 seconds, and he does the same thing, and then he says, "The hell is going on in here?"
And Tove will just slowly turn to look at Arca, and she'll say, components.
Oh no.
And while she says this, you will hear Narcellus just suddenly like just turn, and he's just sniffing, just repetitively, and then turning his head and sniffing, and he's looking for something.
Are you part dog, Narcellus?
It's like, you don't smell that?
Smell what?
And lifting up one of the tunics, he will find eggs that have been there
Oh,
Oh god.
for so long.
Oh.
Oh no.
Eggs.
Eggs.
And he'll just sort of be like,
Bag of
Toes?
holding has like an air seal for food.
Tove,
Yeah.
how long? How long? Tove.
And Tove will like look over at the eggs. And sort of just shake her head. Say, I don't keep track of everything in the bag of holding, you know.
Arca, you should come inside.
I don't think I want to.
No, you should.
Oh god. He like reluctantly steps into this whole mess, this whole fray, this whole scene. And he looks at the eggs and he kind of like wrinkles his nose and he says like, just shakes his head and says like, this is what happens when you guys do weird shit like eating eggs.
While,
And,
oh, go ahead.
oh no, I just said, Tove will kind of like shrug her shoulders and say, I never said I had a good memory.
Also, Tove, check this.
Oh, okay.
But
thank you.
whilst they talk amongst themselves, Narcellus will reach for one of the tunics that is very much not his, kind of admiring the color for a minute and pulling it up to see if it would fit him, is then repulsed to realize that it belongs to Yulia and throws it across the room.
Oh.
I think at this point Tove is going to sort of start like reach for the bag of holding that's probably on the bed and like start putting stuff back into it. Not the eggs though. The eggs, those are going in the trash can. And like as she's doing that, she'll sort of glance over at Arca. Well, actually, first she'll glance over at Narcellus and kind of give him a look like, if you don't help me clean this up, it's gonna be bad news.
Gonna use those warhammers.
Yeah. No, she'll just sort of give him a look like, you know, can you at least help clean this up a little bit? Before she sort of like looks over at Arca and says, actually, I'm glad you ended up coming over here, Arca, because there was something that I wanted to tell you about that I heard while we were in town today.
Arca, who like kind of would have been helping to at least clear the ball bearings by like sweeping them to a corner like with his wings. Kind of like pauses and like turns to look at Tove and says like, "Yeah, what did you hear?"
So earlier, when we were out, like sort of, I guess in the little area leading into the nobles' quarters, I ran into somebody that I know, and he travels around a lot. He's constantly going from this place to that place, and so he tends to pick up little bits of information. And he mentioned something about the karst, and and her face kind of gets, I think, a little bit more solemn, not necessarily because she's worried about like what the information is, but because I think she doesn't really know how Ark is going to react to it.
Oh, the karst, Arca, like he's definitely a lot more intrigued by this conversation now, and paces a bit closer and says, "What's going on with the karst?" And then he kind of like sees Tove's like solemn expression, and then he kind of like seems to quiet and like go a little bit still and repeats himself. But what's going on with the karst?
Sulfur.
Tom will kind of look over at Arshella.
He's
like,
just also putting things back in the bag of holding, while also going through everything to find tooth comb and stuff.
That's fair. Before she turns back to Arca, and she'll say, I don't really know a lot about the karst, or well, I really don't know a lot, but something that my friend Stannis told me is he had just been there, and he said that there's something going on with Garuda and like the ceremonial blessings of like the youngest. I don't really know what all of it means, but he seemed a little bit concerned about it.
Arca's wings like snap back shut to like to be folded at his back, and he stares wide-eyed for a second and then says, "Did something happen to the Garuda?"
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
And Toph just sort of like shakes her head a little bit, not like as an answer, but more as like, I don't really know. But she says, Stannis told me that I don't know, there's something going on, and the youngest are having issues with their ceremonial blessings, and so I mean, if the Garuda is involved in that, I imagine maybe there is something wrong. But
Arca. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Arca is very still for a few seconds, and then he just kind of quietly takes a seat at the foot of her bed, and despite like all the clutter, he like clears a space, I guess, and he remains in silence for a moment, like just taking in this news. And eventually he speaks up and he says, when we have a coming of age ceremony where the Garuda blesses us with the gift of flight, and if he's not granting those blessings, then the young ones won't be able to fly anymore.
So like
that's-
chickens then.
Norshellus!
Oh, I'm sorry, it's an intrusive thought.
Arshellus.
Sorry.
No.
It's fine.
Tove is going to sort of like make her way over to Arca, and sort of like sit next, like push some like more ball bearings off of the bed and just like sit next to him. And she'll just sort of like nod, because obviously this isn't good, and she doesn't really like being the bearer of this news, especially like not really having any nuance to it. But she just sort of nods and she says, will you, I mean, are you gonna have to go back, or, I mean, you're not gonna leave us, right?
Arca, like, he genuinely seems lost for a moment, and eventually he shakes his head and says, I'll at least stay long enough to finish our business here in Valgard, but if the young ones aren't getting their wings, then the karst home will be back in chaos. I don't know what the Owlin can do about this, but he kind of like rubs his hand over his forehead, and he just shakes his head and looks at Tove, but with like kind of like a look of resolve, and he says, I won't abandon you guys. We've been through a lot together, and at this point, it wouldn't feel right, but if home's in chaos, I'll need to go back there, though I don't know what difference I could make, but...
And Tove will... Does Narshellus have something to say?
Yeah. Just kind of poke around, but yeah, but you're not gonna leave, right?
Like, leave you guys forever, you mean? Or, of course not, but...
Hey, kind of sensing the sad tension in the room, he'll kind of come and stand between Tove and Arca with the half-full bag of holding on his arm. And you hear it just kind of thunk against the ground as his arms move down. And he says, well, I was just playing with a little idea, if you guys are interested. Since you need to go back home, and Tove, you had said the other day that you want to do sheep adventures or something.
It wasn't sheep.
Let me finish. I was just talking to Taffy about maybe starting a guild.
Starting a guild? What about?
I mean, I don't know what it would do, and I don't know what it'd be called, and I don't know how to run one, and I don't even know what guilds really do. But it would give us an opportunity to stay together and be at least sort of financially responsible.
Sort of. Arca considers it, and he says, "Well, I'm not part of any guilds at all, so I would be able to join one, I suppose. It doesn't sound like you've planned very far, but I would."
Well, we were considering racing airships to try to beat you when you're flying.
I don't think you can make a whole guild out of just racing Arca.
Oh, watch me.
Well,
Challenge accepted.
Arca's pretty good at, fighting, and me and Yavari can light stuff on fire. Yulia can... He pauses. He has to think about it. Yulia can hit things with a heart. Taffy has well, he has the padlock kill, but push come to shove, he can throw rocks at people.
He can throw rocks at people. Yeah, that's all good. I just I'll just beat him over the head.
Tove, you have your war hammers. Maybe we could do something like that time we fought that Chimera or something.
Like adventurers for hire?
Sure.
As long as we don't get another Sturkin.
Well, I guess we'd have to have vetting processes to make sure that the people that we're helping are trying to kill the queen. But I mean, hey, that could be our first contract: is taking Arca home and going to bird people land.
The car.
A karst.
What is a karst?
It's not me Google in the background.
What's Google?
Oh, it's Google. You just hear dial-up noises.
A karst is it's like think of many tall rocks that kind of form towers of a sort.
Sounds like a mountain.
Not mountains. It's like it's like many tall rocks,
So kind of like a mountain, but not a mountain.
Good.
Like a fat mountain? Like a skinny mountain?
It's a skinny mountain.
Skinny mountains!
Skinny mountains.
Skinny
That's fun. Do you have to fly to get to the top?
Generally, yes.
Can you climb it though? Because I don't have wings.
I don't know if you noticed.
There are bridges. They're not very good bridges, but they are there.
Yeah. Take my chances with the bridges.
Alright, so the only thing left to do is ask if you would want to be part of the guild. I mean, I guess I kind of have to ask Ivari, but I don't want to right now because they're being a little less important. But anyway, what would we even call ourselves? The bird and the people who can't fly.
Sounds like a reasonable guild.
We call you landwalkers. Don't worry, there's some honor in that.
I actually really like that.
What?
The Landwalkers.
Yeah.
Well, then Arca can't be part of it unless we cut his wings off.
Oh no!
We're not doing
You
that.
will not cut my wings off.
I didn't say we were gonna. I was supposing.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll ask. You think Ari would want to join?
You know, maybe he would.
Bareback, I have to go ask Ari a question. And just runs out of the room with the bag of holding.
Oh god, there's still ball bearings on the floor.
The ball bearings. The ball bearings.
They're everywhere.
I hope he doesn't drop the bag of holding onto Ari to wake him up.
Oh no.
No.
He is. He really is slow.
He better not.
So Narcellus,
Every time Ari is having a peaceful day, Nurse Chalice is in the back watching from the shadows.
so Narcellus leaves the room, leaving you guys there by yourselves. I don't know if you wanted to say anything more, or we'll
I
maybe
think
clean up.
Tova's gonna have to clean up eventually. But I think she will kind of turn back to Arca and sort of like put a hand on his shoulder and just say, I'm really sorry to have to be the one to tell that to you. I mean, I can't. I can't imagine. I mean, I don't even think I really realized what all of that meant. And, you know, I think in Narcellus' own way, what he was trying to say is that, we'll help you. And we'll help the Karst in whatever way we can.
Arca actually has like a little like appreciative smile on his beak as Tove assures him, and he slowly nods and he says, I appreciate you giving me this news in the first place. I would have just been going on my own and not knowing what on earth is going on back home, and by the time I heard the news, who knows what would have been happening by then. So, don't apologize for letting me know, and I do appreciate that you're willing to help.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks.
So, as you guys, Zarka starts to help Tove pick up everything. Narcellus, you took off down the hallway to Ari's room, I'm assuming.
Yep.
And how do you enter the room?
He raises his hand as if to knock. And then realizing that this is completely against everything that he stands for, immediately just pushes open the door and goes, "Oi!"
And as you push open the door into his room, I don't know if Marcellus has been in here yet.
Nope.
You push open the door, and immediately, whereas most of the house is very simplistic, very like minimalist in design, Ari's room is kind of the exact opposite. He has like stuff all over the walls there's pictures, like a couple of paintings, there are plants absolutely everywhere. They are, there's a couple hanging in pots from the ceiling, they're on shelves, they're on a like table over by the window. Like his room is almost taken over. Like halfway. Ari himself is sitting at a desk, his like back towards the door, as he appears to be like writing something in a small journal on his desk. And he doesn't notice the door opening until Narcellus like says his name, and he looks up, and behind him, looking startled, as he's like, "Oh, Narcellus? What are you doing here?"
Oh man, he just sort of looks around the room like with these big ol' owl eyes. And just, man, are you okay? Do you need to go outside?
What? I'm quite fine. Yes. He'll like get up and kind of turn to Narcellus fully, as like his brows furrow together. He's like, why would you ask?
Just sort of looks around the room and just goes, nothing. Never mind. I got a question for you.
All right. What's the question?
May I enter the room?
Oh, yes, please come in. And he'll like motion you inside. Probably like pulls over the chair or a chair next to the one he was sitting at in case like Narcellus wants to sit. Just offers it.
After a minute, he'll just go, can you sit down?
All right.
Sorry, it's just you're so tall that it makes me physically angry.
That's fair. He'll sit, as indeed Ari is almost an entire foot taller than Narcellus. So yes, he will sit.
Like that.
Mm-hmm.
And Narcellus will just kind of look down at his arm and realize he still has the bag and just go, oh. Anyway, so, me and the others, Zanzibar, were talking, and I had a question for you.
Alright.
Are there any military rules that say you cannot join a guild?
He'll tilt his head as he has to think about that for a moment. Unfortunately, I do believe it is covered under rules that are in place about conflict of interest. And
so how long are you going to be in the military?
He'll like look down and kind of like messes with the hem of his shirt. I don't know really. I've never thought about it, to be honest. I don't know.
We were discussing maybe starting a guild, and I figured I'd come ask you about it because you don't seem particularly happy with your everyday job.
He looks uncomfortable, like his secret has been found out. As he like shifts in his seat. He's like, is it that obvious?
You only go to work when your dad makes you.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Really, joining the military wasn't my idea. Honestly, I think joining a guild would be quite fun. What have you thought about what your guild will do? Or
nope.
Oh. Who all is joining it?
I don't know.
Oh, have you? You said you were talking to someone else about it.
Tove and Arca are on board. Arca needs to go to the karst because a ceremony with a big bird isn't going on so well.
Oh. Right.
Also, there's really bad bridges, and you have to fly to get there. But we can't be landwalkers because we'd have to cut Arca's wings off, so that's why that came up.
Ari looks steadily more confused as Narcellus continues on. But he will say, honestly, I think joining a guild would be fun, especially with all of you. I've been kind of hoping that not hoping, but thinking that it will be rather sad once everything's over and everyone parts ways, but if we're part of a guild, then that means we will get to spend more time together.
I mean, hey, I'll apparently be here. Oh, it's still weird. Anyway,
That's true.
I don't know, you're good at being a lot. Maybe you could come up with a name.
might be better if we decide what we do first. Your name should really reflect what your guild does, so it's easier for people to. What's the word I'm looking for? Easier for people to understand what your guild does without.
Okay, so we have two concepts. Concept number 1 is adventures for hire.
All right.
Concept
Fair
number
enough.
2, we race airships.
Race airship.
Yes. Against Aarakocra.
That just sounds like fun.
As it ends.
I mean, honestly, either one of those could make for an interesting guild. I'd have to think about some names, perhaps.
So, you like plants?
You like plants?
Oh my god.
Ari will look around the room at some of his plants. He says, yes, I quite like taking care of them, and I know we have most of the gardens out in the yard, but most of that is tended to by the staff, and I feel like if I started planting my own things outside, they would start taking care of them as well, and I wouldn't be able to mess with them. But I don't know, it's just a hobby, really.
I'm just gonna give this cheeky smile and lean down and go, Farmer Ari's becoming, manifesting more and more every day.
Oh my god.
I've enjoyed taking care of plants.
Alone.
I've enjoyed taking care of plants far longer than I've known Tove.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that you're, fucking ancient.
You're like a person.
Compared to the rest of you, yes, I suppose.
Well, I mean, you've got to be pushing, what? Like 60, 70?
Try about 130.
Oh my god,
Oh my
you're
god.
ancient!
Jeez. That's prime elf age, you know.
Well, wait, that means that your dad's got to be, like 200.
Oh, keep going.
300.
Keep going.
400.
Closer to around 5.
Oh my gods!
Mhm.
You fucking fossils!
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm quite young for an elf. He's about average, I suppose.
I don't know. Oh my god, am I going to live that long?
I'm not sure. Half elves usually do live for a few centuries.
Ugh. Oh man, does this mean that you're gonna look just like this when I die?
Probably, yes. I am considered an adult by elf standards.
So it's gonna be you and 90-year-old wrinkly Toad.
I suppose so, yes.
Oh, I have to go rub this in her face. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Ari.
Oh my god.
All right.
Poor Ari.
This goes to the door, but then turns back around. He's like, don't forget to think of guild names, both for airship racing and adventure.
Will do.
Enjoy your forest. And just leaves the room.
God.
Little menace.
Really
He
is.
will return the bag of holding by throwing it into the room and then going back into his because he does not look to clean.
That's valid, honestly.
That's valid.
Fair enough.
That is very valid. Awesome. So yeah, then you all settle in for the night to get some rest to prepare for the day tomorrow.
Yes.
Everyone settles into their respective rooms. Close your eyes, and eventually sleep will find you all. but perhaps not peaceful for some of you.
Dun, dun, dun.
I don't like what you're
Music
insinuating.
and
I
I
don't
knew
know what
it was
you're
coming.
insinuating.
Taffy.
Ah! Guys, the elephants are back.
They're coming to haunt my every dream.
Yeah, really? Okay. So Taffy, as you know, your eyes close shut as you settle in for sleep with in the same room as Arca and Narcellis. And you drift off, you know, peacefully at first before your eyes open and you find yourself submerged in water.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
You can't see really anything else around you other than just water that goes on as far as your eyes can see. You swim up towards the surface. You can see the water is reflecting the light high above you. You swim, and eventually breach it. And out before you, you see the city of Abydos. It seems as you come through the water's surface where you thought it was daytime, it is instead night, with a full moon hanging far above you in the sky. It's rather clear, so you can see all of the stars twinkling with it. Yet in the distance, beyond the city's walls, you see a large red dust cloud looming in the horizon, suggesting an impending sandstorm. What does Taffy do?
I've got agency in my dream now. Uh-oh.
Yeah. You do. Well, you do this time.
First, he doesn't really want to be in the ocean, so he's going to swim towards the city.
Okay. Very well. So you swim towards it, and you swim over towards the shore, and you pull yourself up, shake yourself out, and as you start to head towards the city, the sand at your feet suddenly feels like it's pulling at your paws as you try to move forward, and every step becomes more and more difficult before you find yourself, as you take another step, you're sinking into like your shins at this point.
Uh-oh.
As you try to keep going.
Oh.
And as you continue onwards, you continue to sink into what has now become mud. And looking over towards Abydos, you know, trying so hard to reach towards it, you see now you have come face to face with a giant hairless cat that is looking down at you.
Oh.
This cat has, you know, black wrinkled skin and glowing golden eyes. And its ears are covered in jewels that shimmer and shine with like every color that you can imagine. And before you can say anything or do anything, you hear her voice speak up.
Why do you not answer me?
Oh, God.
Scared the shit out of me! What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Nice.
Was not expecting that.
Oh. So, I guess, do I still have agency? Like...
Yeah, you're pretty much trapped in the mud at this point, but you can like still speak or think for yourself, yes.
He's gonna... Okay, as first of all, does he recognize this as any of the gods in Akhet?
You do hold on.
Is it
Yes, so you looking upon this, being a tabaxi yourself, you recognize this as a form known to Neferu. Neferu is often depicted as either a four-armed woman or a cat, specifically a hairless cat usually with gems on her ears and forehead.
Okay. So he he kind of like, he's terrified, by the way. He calls out and is like, the Pharaoh, what did I do? He's like at a loss for words. What do you mean answer you? Answer you how?
Why have you forsaken me?
Uh-oh.
Lord.
and
It's
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Forsaken you? What do you mean?
And as you ask that, she gives no answer, as instead she leans towards you, and suddenly from out behind her shoulders comes a pair of human arms and hands.
Uh-oh.
And she wraps her hands around you to pull you free of the mud, only to bring you towards her, into her maw.
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
You see the whites of her teeth that are as big as you are, and momentarily you hear a voice as you hear the darkness like surrounds you. You hear a voice shouting in the distance, "Please make these dreams stop." And all of a sudden you awake with a start back in the Carangula state.
Oh my god.
Do I recognize that voice?
No. Unfortunately.
Oh. Oh boy. gonna need to swing by a cat at some point. We need to go to Abdos.
So many places.
So many.
Oh. Okay, so is it like, do I wake up in the middle of the night or like?
We'll say it's probably the middle of the night, if not very, very early morning. Like if you were to look out the window, the sky is maybe just starting to turn light.
Okay.
Very, very early morning.
So he waits. He doesn't scream this time, but during his sleep, he basically just tore up the covers and the sheets with his claws.
Oh,
He like looks around. And it's like everything's just shredded. He's like,
oh no.
He's like panting and like ears are pressed flat and just he's like sprawled out on the bed, just like clawed into it, like gripped into it. He's looking around. Who else is in his room?
Narcellus and Arca.
Okay, so he glances to both of them and make sure that to see if they've woken up or anything.
Would either of you guys have awoken at this point? It's very early in the morning.
Like around 5 or...
Yeah.
Yeah, Narcellus is probably awake and is probably sketching, and won't necessarily look at Taffy.
He notices this and he quickly tries to like take what's left of the cover and just like cover up the fact that he just destroyed this bed.
Oh!
He tries to recompose himself without alerting Narcellus as to what was going on there.
What about you, Arca? Or is Arca like fast asleep? I wouldn't blame him.
Yeah, he is probably snoozing still.
Good snooze and burp.
Right?
Okay. But yeah, Narcellus, do you feel anything's off?
He looks up at Taffy while he tries to get rid of the evidence that was just moments ago plainly in view. And he doesn't say anything. He just kind of looks at him for a minute, and then goes back to what he was drawing.
Like, oh, it's just cat things.
That's just cat things. Hashtag cat things.
Uh-huh.
You know, so Taffy just kind of like, you know, noticing that he hasn't really, you know, nothing's happening. He just kind of just vibes in bed, just staring at the ceiling, just like trying to process what the hell just happened.
Yeah, you'll sit there and think about what the hell you just dreamt about as we go take a 10-minute break.
Oh, baby.
Oh, baby.
I know it's rather late for break. I apologize.
That's fine. No worries. Excellent.
Yes.
We were breaking out all the trauma and the character backstory.
You are. It's great.
It's great.
It's amazing. I love it.
Just wait, Yavari and
Yeah.
That's
Wait,
your
what?
turn. You two get to jump on the trauma train.
Yavari throws a smoke bomb and runs out of the room.
Oh no.
The
Get
fuck
rid
with
from
that?
yourself.
Yes, we're gonna go take break. Get time to get snacks, get food, get water, get bathroom. We'll be back shortly.
Alrighty. Talk to you guys in a minute.
Yeah. See ya.
Oh god. Oh no. Well, that's wonderful. Okay, but seriously, what? All right, so Nefaru is the god of one of the gods in Akhet, worshipped in Abydos, where Taffy's from. Taffy hasn't been super religious, so you know there's that. So it's a little concerning. All right, where is? Hold on, let me set this up real quick. Oh. Man, so yeah, I'm getting hit up by the, you know, the literal god of, I think, Genasi cats, like the god of Akhet, which is separate from the seven, which is like the kind of the core religion where we are right now. So I need to get more information on that. Ah, here we go. This is what I wanted. What are you doing? Come on, get there. Get in there. This is how paladins happen. Yeah, like this is me back before they became out of this. Oh, this is how paladins happen. Maybe Taffy's gonna turn into a paladin somehow. Oh god, rogue paladin. I don't know. When we get to level 10, maybe I will make him a paladin or a warlock. Like he suddenly gets magic powers. That'd be funny. Oath of salesmanship. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Perfecto. Man, Sajara just does not want to come out today. Come on now. Okay, fine. I'll do it manually. Very much so. And then I woke up and could shoot things with my mind class. That's true. What the heck? Sidara dance. There we go. That's what I wanted. Oh, okay. Just everything. OBS is fighting me today. I guess Divine Soul Sorcerer or Celestial Warlock stand in favored soul since we left 3-5. Okay. Do you know of any warlocks that like... I guess like Arcane Trickster, but that's a wizard thing, isn't it? That's not a... That's not like a, you know... There we go. That's what I wanted. Oh, Arcane Trickster's Rogue. Okay. Yeah, but oh, that's an archetype, which I think I've already picked my archetype. You can't get more than one archetype, right? Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'd have to like retrain Taffy. It's like, and then suddenly I switched over to Arcane Trickster. That'd be interesting. I love how everyone in the Feywild just dances differently. Like nobody's synced up. It's perfect. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get a beverage. And I return. Archfey Pact has some weird trickstery stuff. Okay. More head games than shenanigans. Yeah, because it's like, so Nefero is like... Alright, how do I describe Nefero? It's like Nefero's the, she's not like the god of something, she's just like the god that's around. Who just like created like the Genasi and the Tabaxi. She's like a creation god. So I guess it would be more like, it'd be more like paladin powers than it would be warlock powers. Yeah. Package you limited. Oh, Genie Pact. That could work. It depends. The other thing I gotta think about is like, so Taffy doesn't work well with armor. Like if he started wearing armor, that would conflict way too heavily with his rogue stuff. So I don't like cleric and paladin really don't like work well for him. Yeah, Genie Pact might work. Genie Pact would fit pretty good. Trickery Cleric. Oh, really? Trickery Cleric has roguish spells. Okay. Says you have to wear armor for Cleric Paladin. Oh, okay. Don't they get like a lot of... I guess they don't. I thought they might get like they rely heavily on their AC stat, like with the armor and stuff. Because like Taffy doesn't... Let me look at his stats. He doesn't have a whole lot of strength here. He relies a lot of it on his finesse. Yeah, his strength is only 10. He's got a bunch of dex and he's got a bunch of cha. So Warlock would be really good because that's a cha based caster, right? But I guess Paladin is also cha based casting. So they can dump stat dex to focus on whiz and other stats. Yeah, that's true. He's got a little bit of int. How much int does he have? He's got like 13 int, but it's like his constitution, his strength, and his wisdom are all 10. His int is 13, his cha is 16, and his dex is 18. So the more I can rely on dex and cha, the better. He ain't gonna be hitting nobody. I guess he already has like rogue stuff, so. Yeah, Trickery Cleric, that could work. Trickery Cleric, Genie Pact Warlock also would be thematic. That would fit really well. Which, by the way, I did want to bring this up during the break. I'm trying to help out a fundraiser, a GoFundMe page. There's some friendos, some fellow content creators that are having a hard time, and so you don't feel the need to like donate or anything. I'm just trying to bring awareness to it to help out where I can. I'm trying to use my platform to help those in need. You know, it's a small platform, but you know, I'm gonna help out where I can. Let me grab the link for that real quick. This should work. I assume this will work. But every little bit helps. Every little bit helps. Yeah, that does work. Okay. Oh shit. I guess we gotta see where it goes. Yeah, if Taffy just gets magic powers out of nowhere at some point. Also, I'll take this opportunity to shout out Mizla for putting all these together. Oh my god! We got the raid. I didn't know my alert was buried back there. Let me put this up front. There we go. Hello, Neo. How you doing? Monster Hunter Rise. Ooh. Did you hunt all the monsters? How did the monster hunting go? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Dang. I'm not used to people being like raid me at like these kinds of hours. Oh man, that's a mood. I'm always really bad at hunting monsters. I can only do like the story stuff. Don't ask me to do any kind of challenges. I'll fail every time. Later and later. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I was lurking in your Destiny stream the other day. Also, welcome any new viewers. I'm Renard Cross, your friendly Paypox guide to the Paywilds. We're doing D&D tonight. I just had a heckin' nightmare. That was fun. Got like one shot super hard. Listen, that's just an invitation to come back better. What you think? I thought it was really good. I don't know anything about Destiny, so it looked impressive to me. You were very accurate with your guns. I'll put it that way. I was like, dang, you're just whacking people from halfway across the map. I really like the gun design, by the way. I feel that, yeah. Rocket taggy, unless you're Lance Gullance. Oh, where it's like, you know. Gun designs are very nice. Oh, yeah. It's very don't get hit. Like, you gotta no hit the entire monster. Pretty much, okay. You know, I guess that makes sense. At some point, it's like, okay, well, how well can you, longbow gun maiden rise, rocket taggy attack? Then again, innate and element. Okay. Yeah, I guess the game is going to be more on, like, on your execution of your damage. Like when to get in there, dump your damage correctly, and then get out before you get obliterated. That looks bad. Better block. Dodge windows. Just move left. Dual blades. Ooh. Yeah, I really needed to get it. I wish I got more into it than I did. I've only ever played the because I started with World, which, you know, started with World, picked up the hunting horn, didn't like it, and then I switched to the charge blade, decided I'm just gonna stick with this and just deal with it, and then just went through as much of the game as I could. The Beyblade attack. Good to start. Oh, okay. That's good. Yeah, I was playing. I was like, starts off terrible. Oh, that explains it. Yeah, because I started it and I was struggling really hard, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I should pick an actual weapon. And I just picked it at random because I didn't look up anything, right? I just picked a random weapon, picked the charge blade, and it was like, man, I don't want to have to start over again, so I'm just gonna deal with the charge blade and just figure it out. I'm just gonna stick with this, and we're not gonna go back. Is way better. Oh, okay. Hunting horn to ride or die based off of what your songs are. Oh. Oh yeah, because the songs are based off the horn itself, right? I keep forgetting that. Like, it depends on what horn you bring. Early songs are kind of meh. It also doesn't help that I don't know. I guess the hunting horn is like viable by, I would assume it's viable by yourself, because I was playing by myself for a long time there. They're way better. Gotcha. Viable solo. Okay. That was the other thing I fell into, was like, I picked hunting horn and was like, I'll be support, and then I realized, wait, I need to play most of this by myself. And then like oh, Monhun, there's generous enough to share it. Oh, I gotcha. See, that was the thing. Because when I picked it up and it's like, here's your support weapon. I was like, cool, I'll be a support person. I had no idea what I was doing, and I was like, oh god. And then I struggled real hard at the start there. Do a Monhun collab. You know what? I should bring back the you know what? Starting next month, I'll bring back the community collabs. We could do some Monhun. I don't have Rise. I might need to pick up Rise. You know, I must out by unleashing the Doot. Just hammer that occasionally buffs. Oh, I see. Hell yeah. Not even hitting them, just dooting really hard. Just epic doot. I will say I love the animations because, man, you jam out on that thing hard. You breakdance like you're auditioning for the baby music video. Excellent. That's my favorite part. That's my favorite part of the hunting horn. Like, it's not even the damage or the buffs or the, you know, it's just the silly animations I can do with the hunting horn. But no worries. I think we're gonna be going for a while though. So, but no worries. Yeah, this will end up on my YouTube, so you always catch up with the shenanigans that we're about to pull. Which, yeah, it's like Caden, I don't know if you watched the VOD, but last week Kairos showed back up. Apparently Kairos lives in Valgard, by the way. He's got an estate here. So, you know, that's a fun problem we're gonna have to deal with. I can't wait for him to be in the estate that we're about to get into. Oh, and yes. Good night, Ifany. Stay safe out there in those Feywilds. All right, we're ready. We return. Let me get everyone unmuted here. We're back.
Hey,
Hey.
Hello.
welcome back, everyone. All right, so we shall start off now. It is the next day, probably rather early in the morning, as Taffy spent most of it staring up at the ceiling once he had awoken, trying to process the very strange nightmare that he had endured the night before. And again, breakfast is served for all of you, the usual array of all sorts of different breakfast foods that one could want to help you get started for your day. So you've all kind of congregated now into the dining room, where you may all interact with one another or try to hash out a game plan.
Right now, Taffy's just kind of poking at his breakfast.
No.
he looks a little ragged.
Narcellus, with a mouthful of food, will be looking over at Yulia and attempting poorly to explain the concept of a guild.
Oh no!
About how he has no idea what it's going to do, but she should join it.
Does he mention the concept of the Adventuring Guild and also the racing airships?
Yes, in fact. And says that he has recruited Arca, Tove. Oh wait, Tove? Anna?
Yeah?
Oh, you're not on Dimension 20. You're not Dimension 20. Roll
Dimension
20.
20.
Dimension 20.
Shut up.
I wish I was on Dimension 20.
Thank you. I'm heading over there right now.
Okay. I know, then he'll explain that he's got Tove, maybe Taffy, Arca, Ari. And he's just like, yeah, and hey, one of them might even be to race airships. So,
Yulia's just listening to all this. They're just nodding their head, eating their toast and eggs, and it's just kind of like, well, if you would like me to join, then I would absolutely be honored.
okay, there's just one rule. Do not play music inside of the airship.
Damn.
It's gonna
Man.
echo.
It's gonna echo. I don't think that's how that works. The acoustics in the sky are not. Well, actually, I don't know. I never been that high in the sky, so I don't know how it would sound like up there. That's interesting, though, to think about. How about I try one song when we get up in the air, and then we can decide.
Fine, but it has to be on an instrument that doesn't make it sound like I'm gonna die.
I mean, I could stamp on the floor, make a drum out of it.
Just use the lyre.
Thank you. They'll just go back to their breakfast.
What's Tove doing?
I think Tove is enjoying a hearty breakfast. Breakfast of champions. But I think also she's kind of like noticed that Taffy is looking like a little worse for wears,
Oh,
and
no.
especially like considering their conversation the day before and how like bizarre it was. I
Oh.
think she's I think she's gonna kind of like I don't know. I think she's just sort of gonna kind of like pick up from wherever she's sitting, like kind of move over to where Taffy's sitting, kind of like sit next to him with like her plate, like it's like piled high with like toast and like bacon and just like too much food for like one human to consume. And she'll just sit next to him and just like, as she's like about to put like a piece of toast in her mouth, she's like, any more information about elephants?
So the second Tove, like, he doesn't even notice you sit down. The second Tove says something, he jumps, and it looks like he nearly launches his fork into the ceiling.
Oh god!
But he manages to catch it before he does. Like, yeah. He's like rubbing his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose, like, no elephants. Luckily, I've got that whole. Don't worry about the elephant thing. It's just a just a curiosity thing, and it doesn't matter.
Oh.
What's an elephant?
He looks at Nars and is like, "Does someone else want to field that one?"
I got this one.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know what a cow is?
Yes.
Okay. So imagine a cow like 3 times the size. No hair.
We have those. No, yeah, we have those. We have those. They have saber teeth, and they're called cataplepus. We milk them.
Okay.
Milk them?
Good talk.
Good talk.
Okay. You don't milk an elephant though. They're
Shame.
just these gentle
Shame.
giants with big tusk and a very long nose that they can use to grab stuff with.
Taffy
So
kind
it's
of.
a useless cataplepus.
Oh, it's
Go
a
ahead.
useless.
Wow.
Taffy just kind of
No?
grumbles and says, "Harmless."
Toba's gonna sort of like taking this entire scene in. We'll just sort of like, start munching on her toast and kind of like quiet her voice a little bit, and say, is there anything else you maybe want to talk about? You don't look super good, my friend. Not trying to be mean or anything.
Did Yulia want to finish whatever they were saying before Taffy?
I think that covers the explanation of what a elephant is, and they'll just kind of leave it at that.
Gotcha. Sorry, just Discord's making me laugh. He's like, this whole like Duke thing it's real stressful. Just the sooner we can get it done, the better. Be done with this whole like conspiracy to start a war. That's not great. Just real just wearing on me a little bit. Just a little fatigued. This whole selling things to trying to pull one over a Duke, so it's got me a little nervous. Yeah, that's just what it is.
And Toph will just kind of nod, and just kind of look down at her. Discord needs to stop. We'll just kind of like look at it's okay, Rana. We'll just look down at her plate and just sort of nod and say, well, yeah, I mean I can't imagine having to go in there and like do like a sales pitch to a guy. I'm not particularly good at that. Anyway, I always had a hard time selling stuff in the market. But I mean, I just want you to know that, like, if there's anything going on, or maybe you just need like any guidance or spiritual guidance, I am kind of, yeah. I mean, I'm not the most like knowledgeable person, but I do have a good connection with, the gods and an understanding. So, if there's ever a time you need to just like talk things out, or, figure things out how you're feeling a little bit morally, like, I can definitely help you in that category.
So he actually he stops for a second and he thinks. He's like, so, spiritual religious stuff, you don't happen to have any, just spitballing here, tiny statues of Neferu, do you? Like trinkets, souvenirs, any of that stuff?
I mean, I probably have something floating around in my bag of holding. Or, I mean, I could always like whittle you something. And she'll sort of like pull out of like her little sort of like priest's pouch that's kind of like on the side of her, like this little like, it's like a beaded, it's like a chain of like wooden beads that she sort of whittled, and like kind of hanging at like one end of like this circlet is sort of like this little kind of carving she's made of like Alden, just sort of in like, I guess, the form that most people would associate him with, which would be kind of like the old like wise man. And she sort of like holds it up and she says, if I can't find anything, I could always make you something, or I'm sure there's some stuff at the temple.
So, upon seeing the tiny statue of the, and that's one of the 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
He kind of sniffles his nose at it a little bit, and is like, well, do you, are you familiar with the Neferu? Also, someone has a speech bubble up.
They do. Is that Arca?
No.
Who put up the speech bubble?
Oh. Dun dun dun.
Who does the speech bubble belong to?
Here, hold on. Here, we'll figure it out. Here, I'm gonna put all of you down. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
We're just gonna see who the speech bubble goes to.
Who wants the bubble?
Who wants the bubble?
Not me.
No one's claiming the bubble.
Maybe it's Baldwin.
Baldwin wants to talk.
That's a little terrifying.
That little terror's like, oh god, it's sentient. The so he's gonna continue. He's like, do you know who? And there it goes. Do you know anything about Neferu?
And Toph will kind of pick up at this and say, well, yeah, Neferu is one of the daughters of Idalden, along with Hrist, and, wait, my mind is blanking. Is Neferu part of the triad? Is my brain just like, did my brain just like break?
This is part of a triad, yeah.
She is. Okay, and she's like, they worship. There's actually like, there's a place of worship right in Valgard for her. I mean, I know she's pretty, she's sort of like mainly worshipped over in Akhet, but, she's like sort of the goddess of like merchants and, there for like women and children, and
so he kind of raises his paw and is like, okay, all right. You've proven that you could you whittle up some small little Neferu statue for me?
Yeah, of course.
Just a little homesick, just get a little taste of home.
Yeah, no, of course. I will absolutely get something made for you.
Awesome. Could we do that before, just before tonight? Not to rush you or anything.
No, yeah. I'm sure I can find some wood outside. There's a lot of trees. So
Awesome.
I can work on something after.
Hold
After
the
this-
store garden.
Right?
It's just like Tova's just like hacking up the trees.
It's a whack.
It's just the second time that they've gone out to one of his trees to grab something.
He just
With
He just walks
future
out.
daughter-in-law.
I was
just
just
walks-
about to say.
he just walks
Thank
out and
you,
Tova has
Eliza.
an axe. She just has an axe, chopping away at a tree.
It's like, oh god.
No, Tova's like, I'll find some time today to make it for you.
Awesome. Most appreciate. Thank you. He just kind of awkwardly goes back to eating breakfast.
Toph kind of looks like pretty happy with herself because like she's like, I'm solving a spiritual problem as she just eats her food.
Yeah, spiritual.
Totally.
Totally.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, what exactly is the likelihood of us getting into a fight today?
Well, I hope not at all. If we're careful, we shouldn't have to worry about any of that sort of thing. I don't think the Duke's got guards roaming around. If we play our cards right, you should be able to walk around the house mostly uncontested. Hopefully.
Well, I mean, you're gonna the whole plan, right, is that we go to the Duke's house and we show up and we're doing security for him.
Yeah.
think,
So
right?
if everyone
Okay.
has a minute, I could go over what the ideal plan would be.
Oh, we're all sort of here just eating breakfast. So it's probably the best time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. And he kind of looks around like, oh shit, there's other people here. He's like, yeah. So
Good morning, Taffy.
Yeah, good morning. I'm sort of waking up. Yeah, still waking up. Okay, and so he kind of like shakes himself, puts himself together. So the Duke, me and Samoya are gonna go and chat him up as though as an official business venture. I'm gonna treat it just like I would a high-profile client that I would be selling, security to. Meanwhile, trying to spin up the fact that Gnomeland Security's glyphs and stuff are problematic. Given what we know about them now, we should be able to sabotage, or I should be able to work around a few of them to at least prove that, hey, maybe the Padlock Guild's a better option. Then my next plan is, or my next move is to try and get him to allow you guys, which will be clients of mine, to inspect the house to get a full security report. It's basic quote stuff. I can't go up to the Duke and be like, hey, we want to put your stuff in. Here's a rough estimate of what's going to count. But in order for me to give you that estimate, I need to, fully scope out the place. And hopefully, if we act as though we're agents of, business, he should let you guys wander around. Now, he might have someone watch over you, so you might need to come with a little distraction here or there, or someone may need to distract whoever's watching over you to go through and look around his house. That should give you
Don't worry, man. I got you.
just try not to start up anything a little too dangerous, so long as people can so as long as you guys can peruse his paperwork, maybe look around, see if you can find anything incriminating about our Duke's involvement in this whole scheme of his. And while you're at it, try and disable as many of the Gnomeland Security glyphs as you can, just in case we need to pay him a follow-up visit on unofficial hours. It would be a lot easier to deal with if as many of those are deactivated as possible.
Okay.
Hey,
I also happen to have, just in case, Nars, do you still have that bottle of infinite smoke?
maybe.
So I was thinking, came up with this one. If you happen to find yourself alone, and in a room with one of the Nomeland security glyphs, smoke up the plate. Don't breathe it in. Don't suffocate yourself, but smoke up that room as much as you can, and then blame it on the glyphs. That should help sort of sell the whole Nomeland security doesn't know what they're doing.
Okay, but aren't we there working for Nomeland security?
Oh no, all right. And so he looks around. So I kind of feigned that they didn't have me sign anything, so they legally cannot prove that I work for them now. I literally just walked in and they showed me all of their secrets. We're all working for the Padlock Guild, and if the Nomeland security wants to come in and say that I work for them, the next any of you just needs to say, well, if you can provide legally binding documentation that states so, you're more than welcome to submit a claim to the Padlock Guild or the guild offices to get your stuff. We'll just bury them in bureaucratic tape, as it were.
Okay.
A little underhanded, but they they're willing to share guild secrets so easily. Then they should probably not be a security guild.
That's a lot of big words that I'm gonna have to learn. All right.
It's all good.
Now,
if you ever, sorry.
Now, what about our credentials? What would we need anything to, quote unquote, say we're part of the Padlock Guild?
So the way I'm going to spin this is that you are contractors that I have hired specifically. Padlock Guild agents, as we travel around, sometimes we need extra help, and we are allowed to hire adventurers or mercenaries or bodyguards, anything like that. Anyone outside the guild. Now you are kind of under my, that sort of contract. You are kind of under my responsibility. So if anyone comes up to you and asks you any questions you don't have an answer to or anything, you can always tell them, please speak to the Padlock Guild agent that I am currently contracted for. You can always, deflect them my way and I can try and deal with them.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we have an idea of how to answer possibly uncomfortable questions.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be trying to talk in as many circles as possible to get you guys as much time as possible.
Very appreciated.
No problem. Any other questions about the cover story or anything like that?
No, sounds good.
I think I get it.
Then, as you're going over that, it's about that time where Feldvin kind of steps into the room, and he looks over towards Nershellis and he says, Nershellis, do you have a moment?
Oh God, what did I do?
What did I do?
You didn't do anything, just wanted to talk to you for a second. It's nothing bad.
He just looks at the group. He's like, "Why does this feel like I'm about to get fucking yelled at? Oh my God, what did I do?" Just like stands up. Sure, okay.
Sure.
Tove just gives him a thumbs up.
What haven't you done?
Glares at Yavari like.
Did you do something else with some other sea creatures?
Oh my
Maybe some
God,
oysters?
Would you let the crabs go?
No, because
No.
it's funny.
Did you use shrimp this time?
Just hangs his head
Or
kind of
salmon.
dejectedly.
I've been craving salmon.
Oh, you know what? So right.
Actually, can one of you just kill me?
No.
No.
Not until you start a guild.
Yeah.
Ugh.
After that, we can overthrow you.
Wait, what? Y'all are starting a guild and you didn't invite me? What is this?
Gee, I wonder why. He just like rounds the table and rolls his eye.
Yavari secretly heard that she was not invited to the guild.
Yeah.
We'll petition for your membership. All of us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome to join.
Hey, don't go inviting people to my guild without asking.
Okay, I am asking if we can invite Yuvari to the guild. Yuvari, you're invited.
Yavari just gives like a playful slap on Arca's back and goes, "Thanks, man. You're petitioning for me. I appreciate it."
Anytime.
Guild politics. Always fun to watch.
But yes, he will stand up and 50% certain that he has in fact done something wrong. Still goes kind of over to him and looks very vaguely suspicious. It's like, okay, do you want to talk in the dining room? Do.
Doesn't matter much, I suppose. And you'll realize, like, as you approach him, that he seems to be like holding something in his hands. You can't quite see. No. You can't quite see what it is. It looks like he has it something like wrapped in fabric. Regardless though, he'll say, "Oh, it doesn't matter. No, you had well, you told me how you mentioned that you don't have a focus currently."
Yeah, I gave you others.
And he kind of like glances towards the rest of the party before he carefully says, "My opinion hasn't changed, but
Can we step into another room?"
sure."
So he looks back at everybody like, "Oh god, this is uncomfortable."
Sorry.
You're fine.
But yes, he'll take Narcellus into another room away from the rest of the party. Out of earshot. And then he'll still keep his voice quiet as he says, "My mind hasn't changed about your magic use, but I would rather you have something than nothing." He'll kind of just hold whatever he was holding in his hands out to Narcellus, and it looks like it's just a piece of like folded fabric. It's flat, you can't really tell what's in it, but he will hold it out to you.
And once again, kind of suspiciously, he like thins his eyes a little, his head juts out just enough to show that he's like curious, but also afraid that it's gonna explode or something, but he still like, reaches out and just sort of takes it. So, is it just fabric? Like, does he feel anything?
As you take it, you can feel there is something, like, how do I describe it? You can feel there's something kind of similar to, like, maybe a chain or, like, a very thin kind of, probably jewelry-like, God, what's another word for it? Hold on.
Wire?
Yeah.
Chain?
Yeah, like you can feel there's that, and like some larger parts that feel kind of rounded. And then there's like one that maybe has some slightly harder edges to it. But yeah. Like as you take it Baldwin
That
will
scared the
say,
hell out of me. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why he keeps doing this. He keeps like, sorry everyone, it's our dog Jax. He keeps like scratching at the door to the room I'm in.
He just wants to say hi.
Well, he'll take it and he'll, I guess, unfold it.
Yes, and then inside you will find what appears to be a circlet. Not your mother's. But
Oh boy, I got it back.
Yeah, like here, take it back. It is not his mother's, but it is in fact another circlet that is made of probably made out of like a kind of brassy metal that God, how do I describe it? Whereas the gem on yours was red, surrounded by a spider. This gem is green with very small decorative like antlers on either side of it, and there's probably a couple other like beads along the strand of the circlet. It's a very simple design. And Baldwin will just say, figured I would get you something to replace it. Do you still have to focus?
Oh. And he kind of just holds it for a minute, and clearly he'll pick it up and kind of turn it around. And halfway admire it, halfway kind of curiously. He does stretch it a little tiny bit to see if it'll be pliant or not, and kind of glances up at him after a minute. He's like, so any specific reason you went with this design? Just curious.
Baldwin gives a small shrug and is like, suppose if you're going to be staying here with us, that you might like something similar to what Renarian uses. I don't have a focus myself, but he has something similar, a bracelet.
Oh, I just meant, really? Oh, no, they're the same design.
Similar, yes.
And, you're sure you don't mind, Drow hanging around your estate?
No, like I've said, I care little about what the nobility has to say about it. I probably should, but I feel I've been around them long enough at this point that I just don't care. So I was also kind of hoping this might help keep them off your back.
Oh, why?
Well, it is... Yeah, and he'll kind of reach down, because I think Narcellis gave him back his family crest, right?
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Baldwin had given him. So, like, he'll reach to his waist and kind of pull up his family crest, which, does have the elf with, like, antlers focused in the middle of it. And he says, it's usually a very common sign of my family's crest. So, my thought was that if you wore it, they would understand that you live here with us and perhaps won't harass you quite so much.
Oh, yeah, that would be helpful. And after a minute, just to sort of not stand there like a dumbass, he'll like stretch it open and just sort of slide it carefully over his forehead for a minute and adjust it. because it definitely feels weird.
Mhm.
He can feel the pointy bits like in his bangs, which he then has to adjust.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of like, um, you're. I know you said you don't care what everyone thinks about me, but like, won't you and your son's reputation suffer from this? I mean, them hearing that you have a drow guest staying in your house for an indefinite amount of time, I mean, they're either gonna think that you've lost your mind, or you've got a pet, or something. But you don't. I mean, that's not what this is.
No, of course not. No, No, it's. Even if it tarnishes our reputation, I would far hope that what my son and I have done for this kingdom outweigh that, and perhaps one day we can help change people's perception of the drow.
Yeah, I can imagine that would help things out. Thank you. You know, I'm really bad at at stuff like this. Just in general, but yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Anyways, I should let you get to your friends.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Just for the sake of clearing this up, and since no one else is around to watch me drown, what exactly am I to you?
Sylvan kind of looks at him for a long moment. You know, kind of contemplatively, really. His normally very sharp features seem much gentler as he's been speaking with you, Nershellus, and as you ask this, he shifts, you can see him shift his weight around. And after a very long moment, he finally will say, oh, I see you as a son.
And then Nars
Oh.
evaporated.
Yeah.
He opens his mouth a little bit, like he's going to speak, but doesn't. And yeah, he is absolutely evaporating.
Just
You hear his mouth opens and the dial-up tone comes out.
Yeah.
But he pauses, and his body sort of moves forward a little bit, and then goes backward. And sort of lifting his hands up a tiny bit as though he's going to, like, gesticulate. It's very much like he may actually implode.
It just
Only because he can't speak,
ceases to exist.
but he wants to. I'm sorry, I have to think about this.
Oh, you're okay.
I apologize, group. I gotta send you a.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I just had to ask.
Mhm.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm actually having to think of how he would react.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
You're good.
I'm here for it.
I'm just like, will he
He's
be?
just kind of like Homer Simpson his way into a head.
You just fade into, like, I don't know, some indoor bush that he has.
Right, exactly. Melding in
Just-
with Ari's plant.
Just melding in with, like, yeah.
So, you said that Fulvin's face has gotten softer as he spoke to Marcellus.
Yeah.
And at that, pretty much the entirety of the otherwise sort of asshole-ish features that he's put on, or the whole mirrored facade of the person that he's lost, that he's been using to build himself up, vanishes.
Oh.
And he looks at Fulton very seriously. And he has to ask a question. And he says it with this almost disbelief look. And like you can hear that his throat has tightened. So there's like this small like hitch in his breath, and he asks, "Do you want me here?"
And Baldwin really, without much hesitation, will say, yes.
I think you said it.
Uh-huh.
And the partially glassy look goes to full-on misty.
Oh.
And like the corners of his mouth pull back a little, and he's gritting his teeth. And in seconds, the gap between them has closed, and he has his arms under Baldwin's, and he is pressed against his chest.
Baldwin is like taken by surprise at first. As Narshalish just comes up and hugs him. Baldwin.exe has stopped working.
I love the two emotionally stunted characters.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
how do emotion?
And after a moment, though, he will wrap his arms around Narshellus to return the hug very gently.
He'll sit there for like 10 seconds. Probably a little bit longer.
Mhm.
And then he'll pull back, immediately reach up, wipe at his face, and say, "Thanks for the circle, I gotta go," and just leaves the room immediately.
Oh.
Well, Baldwin will just let him go.
And he'll go back out to the table group and sink back into his chair with one hand just completely covering his eyes, and he's just like, "So anyway, are we gonna go to this better? Like,
Oh.
Oh, the Taffy's like, "Oh, you're back in the room with everyone else, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he's sat back down in the seat now, yeah?
The Taffy's like, "Oh, well, I mean, if everyone else is ready, I suppose we can get this show on the road."
Yep.
Yeah.
that sounds great."
Oh man, we're just in a great mental state to start this whole.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just sitting there with like his hand totally over the upper half of his face, like he's vaguely sniffly, like he's not having a good time. I mean, he's having a great time, but he's,
But he's not having a good time.
it's fine.
He's
Uh-huh.
emotionally compromised.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. So yeah, you guys will finish up your meal. Finish preparing yourselves in whatever way is necessary before you all head out of the Caranial estate and down the road to Duke Gibroth's manor. As you're approaching, you'll see kind of out in the square over here, and I'm just gonna move y'all as a group.
Whoop.
Come over here.
We
Whee!
move as a unit.
Yep. And yeah, as you guys begin to approach the manor, I assume your game plan at this point is to, I think it was Taffy, you're gonna try and distract them with Sam.
Yes.
Well, everyone else does whatever.
Wasn't Ari supposed to do something with the art chase guy?
The art chase guy?
The guy who falls over every time he
Oh.
faints?
Oh.
Painting man.
Yeah, I think he was gonna go talk to him, right?
But then the No Land security happened. Never mind. The
Yeah.
plan changed. I remember.
Yeah, we had a better inn.
Wait,
Yeah.
okay. Did we stick the horns on Narcellus?
Yeah, he would have stuck them on his head. They are probably not the right color, but they're black, so they match Yavari's, and they'd be on like this little string, probably a red piece of string that he's got like tied under the back of his neck through his braids, and
Okay.
he does in fact look like a half tiefling.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Oh.
God. Shaking my head, shaking it. Yeah, so you guys head.
My boy.
Yeah. How does Yavari feel about it?
Yavari is just kind of chilling, kind of dreading people assuming that Narcellus is gonna be her son or something.
Oh, and to make that worse, like seeing the look of apprehension and dread on Yavari's face, he will lean right over to her and just go, "So how you feeling, Mom?"
Yavari is going to glare at him and hold up her fork and go, "Watch it, kid. I'll ground you."
Oh no, whatever will I do?
Whatever will I do?
Whatever will I do?
Wait, don't you have a tail?
She does. She does have a tail.
I'll just be like, I'll just say mine got cut off or something. It's fine.
Yeah, I cut it off.
Oh,
Okay.
Well,
Oh.
didn't need that parallel in my life. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Oh,
You're
right,
welcome.
everybody. Okay. Tove is just gonna say, like, all right, guys. Let's
Another
just focus.
tiefling superstition.
wait, what?
Let's just.
Are you okay?
Another tiefling superstition.
Did Renard die?
Oh no.
Okay.
God. Excellent. So, as you guys approach the Duke's Manor, Taffy, you will spot a familiar face waiting for you guys not far away from his front door.
Oh no. Oh. Which
Uh,
one? Which one is it?
it's Sam.
Okay. Okay. Good. I like that one. That one
Yeah,
can
right.
stay.
Oh,
That's a good one.
The girlfriend.
He immediately perks up. He's like, oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
Oh
Yep.
my God.
She approaches the group. This, looks very much like a red husky woman. She has a rather large, like, black bag slung over one shoulder, and she smiles toothfully at you all with a wave as she approaches and says, "Oh, hello there, kitty cat. You ready?"
Oh man, I was born ready. Always ready for to make a sale.
Good, and I see you brought all your friends.
Yep. Hopefully we can, pull off what we need to, and also make a really good sale while we're at it.
Yes, indeed. Well, I guess we just walk up to the front door and ask to see the Duke. I don't know if there's really something fancy we have to do with all of this.
Hopefully
I've
not.
never been over here a lot before.
Hey, no worries, Sam. It's you'll be a natural. Don't worry. It's you and me. We'll talk to the Duke, and hopefully we can get our contractors here, as he mentions to the rest of the party, free access to the manor.
Absolutely. You and I are unstoppable.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yulia will lean over to Yavari, speaking in Hellish. How long do you think? How much do you want to bet, and how long until they get together?
I give it a week. Maybe 3 days,
I will give it 4 days and maybe a week and a half.
Yeah, maximum a week. Minimum 3 days.
Oh my God.
2 pieces of gold.
You're on.
No one knows why they're shaking hands in agreement, but they are.
It's like, what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. So,
Go talk to your girlfriend, Taffy.
What? Wait, did you tell him? Did you say that to him?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, he was like, he kind of like recoils a little bit. He's like, what? What?
What?
I'm sorry. I may have.
Silently smiling.
Did I miss something?
Nope, absolutely nothing. Let's get down to business now, shall we?
Eye squints. It's like, yes, business. Yeah. All right. Okay. And so he like, kind of cracks his knuckles. He kind of stretches his arms a little bit. He walks up to the front door, and like right before he knocks on it, right? He kind of, you see him kind of like gesture a little bit, like he's getting into a character. Like preparing himself. He clears his throat, and real quick, what was this Duke's last name again?
Yorzir.
Yorzir. Let me write that down.
He's the brother of the late king, so he shares the royal family's name.
Excellent. All right. Then he's going to knock on the door with a hearty pound and prepare for whatever awaits him.
All right, you knock upon the door, and there's a brief pause as perhaps whomever was on the other side is maybe taking a moment to reach said door. Give me just a second. I was just finishing up. Okay, there we go. It looks awful, but it's fine. All right. So you knock upon the front door of the manor, and this is a fairly large, well, 2 stories high, but it's fairly large and lavish manor, even on the outside. And as you approach the front doors, you approach it and see there are, there's a statue upon either side of these large wooden double doors that stand before you that appear to be of Bahamut. They are dragon in shape. And as the doors finally, one of them swings open, you are greeted by what appears to be it's a humanoid of a sort, but they're and here I'm gonna go ahead and flip over to this map and start dropping everyone in here.
Wee! Excellent.
And hopefully I did all the fog 4 right. Probably fine.
I think so.
Yeah. Like,
So you open the door, and you guys are greeted by what appears to be a monkey folk person.
Ooh.
hmm.
I had to change the token, but it's fine. This is what I'm using now. Just exists. She opens the door, and you can see she has like a brown leathery face with orange fur that covers the parts of her body that are not covered by her clothes, with like incredibly long arms at her sides. And she'll give a polite nod of her head as she looks nervously over the rather large group here at the door. She'll say, good morning. What can I help you all with today?
Good morning. My name is Taffy. I'm an agent from the Padlock Guild. I'm not sure if you've heard of us. We're new in town, and was wondering if the Lord was, the Duke was in his residence this morning.
Oh, he is, yes. He's having his morning tea. I'll see if he would like to speak with you. Please, if you would like to come inside, there's a seating area here where you all should fit.
Oh, but of course, thank you so much for your hospitality.
Of course. And she'll step aside to allow you all into the main kind of entrance of the manor here. The room is covered in a red and gold carpet, very Valgard in style and color choice. There's a grand chandelier that hangs from the ceiling above a staircase that like splits at the bottom to lead upstairs to the second floor. The lighting in here seems to be all candles, compared to the last manor you all were in, which was powered by anima. So you don't hear that deep, like, thrumming noise that you had heard in Pierpont's manor. And indeed, at near the base of the staircase, excuse me, there is just a nice set of seating of some plush red couches and chairs, and the servant kind of gives a polite bow to you all as she says, "Give me just a few moments, and I shall go and see if the Lord is available to speak with." And she will kind of vanish off into a little hallway on the left.
He does bow, a little over exaggeratedly at the gesture. He's got his salesman smile on just 100% constantly. He's just beaming this whole time. So real quick, look around. Do we see any glyphs or any like notable Gnomeland security trademark stuff in this room?
Here in this room, you do not. Having been exposed now to Gnomeland security and their guild secrets, nothing is standing out to you at the moment.
Gotcha. Okay. Perfect. Let's see here. Does he have any let's say, tables, desks, that sort of thing? Does he have let's just random question. He doesn't happen to have any statues of Baphomet, any other religious sort of trinkets, or Bahamut, my bad.
Yeah, I've kind of figured that might have been what you meant. Nothing in particular. You see along some of the walls and actually over the doorway that you guys came through, particularly over the doorway. It's not religious, but it is the mounted head of a deer with rather large antlers spread out above it.
That does not bode well.
Does not bode well.
Some nice taxidermy there to greet you above the door.
Keep a close eye on Arca.
Looking around some of the walls, you see there are like some large grand paintings, but they seem to be a lot of landscapes, or one looks very familiar, like maybe it's a Valgard or one of the nearby towns. There do appear to be a couple of like sconces on the wall that are like dragon heads, clearly like made of metal. But otherwise, there's really nothing very religious in this room.
Okay. Let's do. How clean does everything look? And I'm like specifically like, does any part of the corner look any dusty, or do I see any like because I'm assuming these are walls, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the walls are a little weird on this map. I apologize.
It's just a silly question. He's looking at the floor, maybe for like skid marks or scratch marks or anything that looks like maybe hidden passages would be anywhere. He's scouring around to see if he can find any kind of
No!
Wow, we're just gonna set the whole building on fire immediately.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go for it. No, please don't actually go for it. I pressed the wrong button.
Okay. That's good. Okay. It's giving me a heart attack. Taffy's trying to gather up like anything he can like point out that he shouldn't know, so that he can sort of be like, and this is how bad your security is.
Go ahead and I'll have you roll perception for me. And in the meantime, what is everyone else doing? How's everyone else doing at the moment? Is anyone looking around? Would anyone else like to do something while you're in here? I mean, you've been left alone at the moment, so.
Is there? Can Marcella just kind of scan to make sure that there's like no sort of magic ward or anything that might otherwise be used to watch them?
Sure. Go ahead and make an Arcana check for me.
Please don't be wisdom.
I don't remember. 19 on your perception roll. That's awesome. So yeah, you look around the room. So you're looking for like anything hidden, Bernard?
Yeah. So
Explain it to me
basically,
again.
hidden passageways. Maybe like paintings that are used to hide vaults or alcoves or perhaps like trick locks or fake drawers or anything that looks like, that was used out of the ordinary, or doesn't look like it fits or belongs, something that he can point out so that it's like, hey, your security isn't as tight as you think it is. I noticed these things that you're trying to hide.
So yeah, you take a very good long look around the room with your sharp cat eyes, and nothing stands out to you. Like, you take in every single detail along the paintings, the wall behind them, or at least around them, you can see. The couple of tables that are in the room, but nothing is really standing out as different or suspicious.
Okay. He like clicks his tongue. I was like, man.
And then Norcellis, you're 16 for your Arcana check. So being sensitive to anima, as Norcellis is, you just kind of get a glance around the room, kind of, rather than looking with your eyes, you're more trying to maybe feel out anything out of the ordinary as far as anima is concerned. And you can sort of feel not like the presence of being watched, but more sort of that there is like a protective force around the house.
Like around the around the house, like, generally, or is there anything specifically in this room?
Just a general sense at the moment. Like, there's nothing really special about this room.
Then he will make his way over to Taffy. Just to kind of, I don't know where Taffy is right now, but
Oh, he's right next to you.
Okay. Just to kind of lean in, and he'll speak under his breath, and he'll say, I don't know if it's worth anything, but from what I can tell, there aren't any glyphs in this room specifically.
Perfect, I can work that angle.
No problem.
He's like rubbing his paws together like, oh, perfect, excellent find.
Anyone else would like to do anything while you're all here?
Would you? Oh wait, no, these are doors. Sorry, I was looking at the map and I was like, are these staircases open over here? Because I feel like Yuvari would probably peek around the corner from one of these staircases just to see
it's
how
like
the layout of the house is.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can kind of walk up the couple of stairs that leads up to a door, which will open as you push on it. And peeking through, you see it leads into a hallway. It goes down straight ahead before making a left turn. And it also goes to the left, where if you peek far enough, you can see there's someone standing at the end of that hallway, seeming to be standing in front of what appears to be a door behind him. It's a little hard to tell. And then to your immediate right is another door currently shut.
Yuvari makes a note of this and just quietly slips back into the group.
Excellent. And as you all kind of make yourselves familiar with this room in particular, the servant comes back in, as she will kind of address you all and say, Duke Broth will see you all if you'd like to follow me into the other room.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. And Taffy will kind of lead the way. Also kind of like making sure that Samoya is like also next to him.
And she is. Like, she's following along beside him.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome. Then the servant will kind of lead you guys out into this little hallway here. And then I'm going to all this, and she will lead you immediately to the left to another doorway, which she will open for you all. So I'll clear out the room. So I'll say Taffy's gonna head inside. So would you all like to come on in? And you enter into the space, and it's a much more open. It's another open room, much like you had come into, but more cozy and kind of closed off. As this is meant to be a more maybe like nicer seating area. There's a couple of tables along the walls. You see over by a currently roaring fireplace is a piano, which currently sits unoccupied. And in the center of the room, sitting upon one of the couches, holding a teacup and saucer in his claws, is a red dragonborn, dressed in like a golden red robe with a belt across his waist. And as you all enter, he looks up with sharp amber eyes as he takes you all in with no particular expression on his face. As he says, "I'm told the Padlock Guild wished to come in and speak with me."
Oh, but of course. Hello, good morning, your Duke Yorzire. Very sorry to possibly pester you so early in the morning. But we were in town. I am an agent of the Padlock Guild, and as we do, we take security very seriously here within our guild. Now we don't really have a guild office here, so I'm going out scoping around, providing security services to those who may not quite have them yet outside of our headquarters in Abdos. And I noticed that the noble district up here doesn't seem to be as secure as the Padlock Guild would deem necessary. Surely a man such as yourself, as long as the other noble dukes and lords in the area would like to keep their valuables safe. Now, as I understand it, the No Land Security Guild is here, and let's just say, while our guilds don't see quite eye to eye, we do happen to take security just a little bit more seriously than they do. And so I just was stopping by and was wondering if you might be interested in bringing your security services up to a more, let's call it, a quality of standard.
And as you speak, the Duke just is kind of looking rather disinterested so far, as he says, "If you insist, although I will say I already have commissioned the No Land Security Guild to ensure the protection of my home, so I cannot really make any guarantees."
Oh, but of course, allow me to, if I may be so bold, while I'm not going to say anything that may or may not be true about the No Land Securities Guild, they seem to rely more on a magical sort of protection, and magic does have some flaws in it. Any rogue or thief or ne'er-do-well, who knows what they're doing? And let's be real here, if someone is after you and your riches, they would most definitely know what they're doing. This can be circumvented, and might I say that their No Land Security doesn't quite keep their secrets secret, if you know my meaning. In fact, rumor, I'm afraid, is already circulating about a couple of problems in their magical security systems. I might also bring up that given the current state of affairs in Valgard, what with the whole situation revolving around the king, it may be a little bit more wise to rely on something a little bit more physical. I mean, if the king is already having issues with people, the king and the queen having issues with people entering unsolicited, let's put it, perhaps it is a little bit more, some more stock should be taken into keeping yourself secure.
And as soon as you mention the king, you can see the Duke immediately tense up. As he very carefully sets his teacup down. And he'll say, "So, you Judge, you doubt my character. God, I'm getting so tongue-tied, sorry. So what, are you here to doubt my dead brother's judge of character?
No, his judge of character? Not at all. I'm certain that he has more kingly duties to deal with other than worrying about who enters his castle. I'm sure that's what the guard is for, but if the guard don't take their security seriously, then, you know, who's to say that... let me put it this way. If someone is able to break into the king's castle, then it incentivizes other rogues that sends a message, tells them that, well, it's, you know, Valgard's an easy mark, and that it's nobles and leadership are easily robbed. Let's put it that way.
Taffy.
And he turns around.
Nursellis will very carefully step up toward Taffy, and he will adopt a completely different demeanor than what he's used to, in that he has a very respectful look on his face and he's folded his hands behind him and will look at Duke Yorzir and say, "If I may, Duke Yorzir, Your Highness, I feel it's only appropriate that I should let you know, as my contemporary has said, we are aware of No Man Security's glyphs, as they use magical glyphs that are used as wards to protect the homes and properties of their clientele. However, to someone such as myself, if someone like myself were to take an interest in, say, coming into your home, poking around where noses shouldn't be, for lack of a better word, I would need you to know that anyone who is well versed in how magic circles work would be very easily able to dismantle them. For example, upon coming inside of your home, I was able to immediately detect that your front foyer had no defenses at all.
The Duke sighs.
Sort of gives Taffy a look.
It did what?
He's just kind of giving Taffy a look.
A look? Okay. Taffy still got his smile on. I was like, as my contractor says, there could be improvements made.
Vast improvements, in fact. And if it is magic that you want, well, I would be happy to exercise some of the new policies that the Padlock Guild has not yet enacted, but has been considering. And I'll look at Taffy for a minute and say, as well as, if you'd like to keep what No Man Security has, I would be more than happy then to simply check it over to make sure that it's functioning properly, since I am able to locate these things.
The Duke looks at you, Nursellis. He's giving you a look. You know this look.
You know this look?
And like he's looking really suspicious, but you know, he looks at the horns, looks at your face, looks over at Taffy. Like...
Taffy just raises, he's still got the smile on, he raises an eyebrow and just he kind of like makes a motion, and it's like, I mean, it's not wrong.
Well, if you can prove to me that your padlock security is so far superior, then perhaps I shall be interested.
But of course, he motions over to Samoya. We've brought in several of our patented and tried and proven equipment over for you to peruse, and of course I can explain how all of it works. While we're doing that, though, would it be possible for my contractors here to go ahead and peruse the place to, you know, get a quote, check to make sure everything's still working, basically come back with a list of improvements that can be made?
Very well. Fine.
Most excellent, most excellent. And then he turns around and he nods to basically Yulia, Arca, Nars, Yavari, and Tove. And then, spins back around and motions for well, he actually kind of steps up and is like, may we take a seat? We do have quite a lot to cover.
And Sam will kind of step up with you as well, just looking equal parts, just nervous and kind of excited. The Duke will gesture to the couch, across from his with a nod of his head. And, Sam will go around the couch to set the bag down upon the table as she will begin to take a few things out to show him with Taffy all of what the Padlock Guild has to offer. In the meantime, for the rest of the party, it seems the Duke has given you clearance to wander the rest of his manor. So,
Charles is gonna step out of the room.
Yeah. Tub is going to very quickly follow him.
Oh boy.
Okay, it's okay. It's gonna be fine.
He's so nosy, so
It's okay. He doesn't.
Oh my
it's okay.
god.
Play it cool.
We're just going to like, we're away from him now. Nobody else knows. So if we just find the things that we're looking for, then we can go. Yep.
Just keep your distance.
Okay, yeah.
Don't make eye contact.
I need to go. We should split up. I need to go find one of these worlds and quote break it. Tove, you should come with me because you have the bag for me. So, does anyone need anything out of this bag before we go?
No, I'm okay.
Yeah, I don't think I need anything from in there.
Marcella's
Me neither.
reach in and grab one of his sabers and fasten it to his waist underneath his coat, kind of keeping it out of view. And he's like, okay. Alright, so who's going with you? I'm taking Tove. Well, there's an odd number of us. So Arca, why don't you pick?
Okay, I can go with Yulia.
I'm not as proficient in magic as Yuvari and Narcellis or Tove, but I think I have a grasp on like how I can at least identify if one is in the room. So it would probably do us good to stick together.
That works.
Yavari will join Arca.
Narcellis is gonna nod at that.
Okay.
It's probably for the best if we have. Yeah, if we have Yavari and Narcellis on opposite teams, it's probably a good idea.
Spread out the magic users.
Yeah, exactly.
For Scorching Ray Blood, it will be a spell being used this time.
Oh no. Alright. Yeah, we've got Narcellis and Tove along with Arca, Yavari, and Yulia. So we'll start with Narcellis and Tove. Where would you guys like to go in this manner?
The real question is, where can we go in this manner?
Yeah,
I mean, the hallway you're in at the moment.
Mhm.
There's the door you came in from that leads back to the foyer. Down the hallway, it goes and then makes a right turn, or there is a left turn there ahead of you. You can kind of like hear there's probably someone shifting around over here, but you can't immediately see someone there.
Actually, I think if Tove's okay with it, Narcellis would probably grab her wrist. I'm sorry, he always does this. And
Okay.
kind of drag her toward the staircase.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. She's gonna follow him.
Because he wants to immediately go to where the goodies are, essentially.
Okay. So, like the main staircase up to the second floor?
Yep.
Okay. Absolutely. So yeah, you drag Tove with you as you guys go to the staircase and head upstairs. Just move y'all up here. Whee! Look, it's Narcellis.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh, wait. Oh, hold on. Hold on, I gotta fix it first. Give me 1 second. The squares are too big.
The spoon is too big.
Okay. There you go. And then I guess whatever direction you guys would like to go. There's left or right.
Oh, you pick.
Oh, I wonder. Let's go. Let's go right.
Okay.
Right seems good.
Very well, you go to the right. You can either kind of continue circling around. You see as you come upstairs, there's kind of like a big balcony area that overlooks the seating area that you guys had walked into when you first entered the manor. To the right, there is a small doorway here on the left, or you see there is another one further towards the front of the manor.
Ooh. Okay, Narcellis, you pick.
Going up to this door here.
Mhm.
Stepping through this threshold, can he feel anything either left or right of him? Or should I make a check?
Give me an Arcana check.
Oh boy, I'm gonna fail this. I just know.
Oh,
Time for some failing. Oh.
Can Toph give him a help action?
Can I also use my anima shard?
Oh my god.
Wait,
Look,
if you're
unless
gonna
we're
use-
assassinating the Duke, I don't need it.
Okay, if you're gonna use the anima shard, Toph will hold out on the help action.
Okay.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, so go ahead and give me an Arcana roll with advantage.
Oh,
So
man.
roll 2 13s.
Yay!
You're kind of getting a sense because as you walk through the house, you still have that not overwhelming, but overall general feeling of the ward placed upon the house. But as you try to focus a little more to try and see if you can pinpoint where some of these glyphs have been placed, you feel you get a feeling from like the right. It's the best I can offer you.
Okay. He will motion Tove to go to the right. I think he's going to go down this hallway here.
Okay.
And I would like him to actually see, is this door locked?
Yeah, if you go up to it, the door does not budge.
He'll just sort of turn and look at Tove, and he's like, I don't suppose you have any, abilities that can unlock a door?
I don't think so. The only thing I have is like thaumaturgy, which I think opens things that are already open.
Well, that's useful.
I mean, I could smash it with my warhammer, but I don't think that's going to be particularly helpful.
Just blame it on no security.
You know what?
Exactly.
Hang on. So, reaching up with his hand and placing it on the door, can he try to sense through the wood?
Sure, like
for any sort of protective ward.
Yeah, so you take a moment, you focus, you reach out into the anima that kind of permeates everything around you. But you don't get any sort of really particular sense from this room.
Okay. So he'll step back and he'll look toward Tove and he's like, alright, we better head back up. It's not in here. Why don't you try picking one?
Oh, what was that last part?
Why don't you try picking a room?
Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, there's like the doorway right.
Okay.
By the way,
Big doorway here.
while we're in here, it might be best if you refer to me as Shellis, since Shellis is a very drow name.
Okay. I can do that.
Thanks.
There's like a doorway
Okay.
there. There's like one
Yeah.
back here.
Could Toph go ahead and try and like see if this doorway is locked? I can move my token.
Yeah, you go up to it, and this one is locked as well.
Ugh, damn it.
Are the hinges visible?
No.
There are no hinges on this door.
Well, you can't see them from that side.
Okay, so what does the doorknob look like?
Probably metal, I assume. It looks
is it
a
like
little
a
rusty.
round doorknob?
Yeah, it looks a little rusty.
Okay. So?
Hmm?
So he's gonna hold out his hand, he's gonna say, Toph, I need your dagger.
Okay. And she's gonna take her dagger and give it to him.
And he'll step up to the door here and say, do me a favor and watch down that hallway. And stepping up to the door, he's going to try to put the tip of this little dagger into the screws that are holding the doorknob on.
Oh my god.
And he's going to start turning it to try to unscrew it.
Unscrew the doorknob.
All right. As you work on that, back downstairs, which god,
They're back.
no, they don't exist.
No, they don't exist.
Wow.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. So Arca, Yavari, and Yulia, Narcellis, and Tove have vanished off back into the foyer, which leaves you guys here in the hallway. So where would you like to go?
Who wants the responsibility of picking our destination then?
I will pick randomly if you let me. This is a threat.
This is a threat.
This is a threat. Yavari is going to speak up and say, well, while we were waiting on seeing the Duke, I took a look down that hallway that was on the right of us. Looks like there's only one person guarding the hallway, but since we have full clearance, might as well take advantage of it.
Sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, I'm fine with starting there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, cool. Yavari's gonna start walking across the hallway towards this little hallway here.
All right. Yeah, you go walk over there. You come into the hallway, and again now, as you look to the left, you see at the end of the hallway is silver-feathered Aarakocra wearing like half-plate armor as he stands at attention in front of a doorway. He sees you all, but doesn't really make any sort of acknowledging movements or anything.
Should we all stick together while we explore this side of the wing, or would that be a little too suspicious?
I guess we could fan out and no, I think let's stick together because we only have we don't have too many people no magic. So,
Fair enough.
Yeah. Let's just say we're all if anyone asks questions, we're our specialties are in different areas, so we all need to work as a team.
We all need to be present.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Okay.
Very good. Yeah. So, do you approach the guard? Do you continue down the hallway?
What do you want to do, Yulia Narka?
I don't know. Let's pick a room and search for clues, gang. I'm sorry.
What are you? Then let's go to this room with right here. Just to do
Alrighty.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, you walk up to the door. Are you just gonna try and push your way inside?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you push open the door. Surprisingly not locked. And you enter into a much smaller, kind of comfortable room than before. But as you walk in, you are greeted with more taxidermy.
Oh,
As you see
okay.
upon the carpet, nothing humanoid, thankfully. But you see there is like a bearskin rug upon the floor. There's a shelf to your immediate right as you guys come in that has turtle upon it, apparently. And then a statue sitting on the floor a little ways further ahead of it of what appears to be some sort of canine creature. You're not entirely sure what it is. Yeah, it's just a very small room with a couple of chairs facing the fireplace.
Oh. Yurari's gonna look at all this taxidermy and decor and go, why is it always the rich ones with the most money? The most terrible taste.
No,
But
either.
also, why is this stuff all secure? Not even secure. All unsecured. No locks on the door. Too much trust in this town. Too much.
That's exactly what I'm saying. They don't have their stuff secure.
Yeah, Arca's gonna lean. Oh, sorry.
Julius is gonna comment. With this many dead things, feels like I'm being watched. It's creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't understand. It's always the rich freaks doing this. And he leans down to look at the bear pelt on the ground, and he says he goes on I would understand maybe if it looked like he was a hunter at all, but I guarantee that man has not hunted a damn thing in his life.
Damn. The shade.
The shade.
But so as Arca's looking at the bear rug, can Yulia investigate it? See if there's anything hidden underneath it?
Sure, make an investigation check for me.
Okay.
Okay.
I've seen too many old investigation movies where there's always the bear rug hiding something.
Right.
Dang.
A trap door.
A trap
Oh,
damn.
baby!
Oh.
Nice.
So as you kneel down to investigate the bear rug some more, and you push it aside, trying to look or lift it up, look under it, see if you can find something. You're not sure you catch anything at first, but after a moment, you almost kind of notice what appears to be like a seam in the rug itself underneath the bear rug.
This has to be a joke.
What?
They get it on their first try. This is great.
Roll the 19. What do you want?
Listen,
Walks directly into a room, just kneels down, pulls out the smoking gun.
listen, Yulia is a descendant of Sherlock Holmes.
So true.
Yeah, so true, bestie.
On a 19. On a fucking 19.
It was Colonel Mustard in the taxidermy room with the gun.
Julia told us to make you so many pies.
I can't believe
Any
it.
pie.
Good job.
I knew putting my skill in investigation would come in handy one of these days, and I was right.
I don't need to be concerned about Ruska. I need to be concerned about Yulia.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
So, anyways, about the seam under the bear.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's maybe like a few inches long that you notice. What would you
Cut
like?
it open.
offers Yulia her dagger.
Cut it open. Cut it open.
Cut it open.
Yulia just pulls out their dagger and just starts gently like plucking at the seams so that they can get it loose.
All right, and you begin to do that. And as you start to kind of pry it open, you see that that's kind of one side of this panel that can lift up, as you see like a couple of their seams make themselves more visible as you begin to pry it up. You struggle at first, like it's maybe jammed or stuck on something. And as you finally manage to pry it open, you see on the bottom of it, for a brief moment, you see what looked to be a flash of something blue, but it vanishes as quick as you see it.
What?
What?
Nothing's there now. You have no idea. Yeah, you now have this. You now have opened this small hole in the floor. It's like really only a few inches wide, just enough to maybe like put something in there to hide. And it's a little hard to see with the dim light of the room that you're in, but you can kind of make out there appears to be like some papers and maybe like a bag of something in here at a first glance.
Oh.
They're kind of like stunned by this blue light and kind of concerned, and they kind of glance up at Yavari's like, "Did you sense anything with that? Should I be concerned?"
Yavari is actually going to cast Detect Magic on the bear rug. Just to make sure. You know, where the glyph appeared, you know, and disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna do that. We're gonna cast it. This is a simple level 1.
Okay.
And do you need me to put it in chat real quick?
No, you're good. I happened to pull up your character chat.
Oh, okay. Cool.
All good.
I did it anyway.
Yeah, so you cast Detect Magic upon the bear rug, or just in general, I guess. And here, I just gotta measure something here. You don't sense anything in this room, but you do get the sense of something magical nearby. Perhaps in the next room over. Kind of the sense you're getting.
Yeah.
But as you guys are sitting there, trying to now deal with whatever the hell just happened, you do hear footsteps coming down the hallway.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What are you going to do?
Somebody block the door.
I got this. I got this. I got this.
Oh, Yuli's got
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Wait,
Oh, are they still approaching?
Oh, they are?
Yes, they are approaching the door.
Okay. All right. They'll just be like, all right. Nobody panic. This is part of the job. We uncovered something that clearly wants to be hidden, and we found it. So this is great to report back to them and be like, hey, you're now unsafe because if we can find this, someone else can. It's fine.
Okay.
Make sure you sell it real well.
I
believe you.
I got this.
You
use
got
your
this.
anima shard on those persuasion checks.
Alright.
Yeah.
Listen, if you can keep them talking and distracted, maybe one of us can slip by and go into the next room. Because I'm certain there's something in there that has magic, and I will figure it out. If
We left y'all
do.
alone for 5 minutes.
I'm
And,
we're going to jail.
and quickly, without looking, Yulia will just grab the papers and the bag and roll up the papers, look at Arca, and be like, hide these in your wings or something. Make sure they don't see it.
Make sure they can't find it if they're frisking you.
And then just replace the carpet cover.
Yeah. Okay. Arca like stuffs it like down his shirt at his back. Like ruffles his feathers a little bit, so like maybe on inspection it like won't be seen, and then hurries to cover up the bear rug again.
And then real quickly also, hold on, let me go ahead. I'm gonna put a spell in the chat that Yulia has and see if they can actually use it on. If it'll let me, there we go. To use this to basically repair the seam in the rug that they just cut open.
Ooh, very nice.
Well, I'll say you didn't really cut anything open. It's more just you forced up the panel.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, you can just close it back down.
Oh,
Just
okay. Yeah.
mend the panel so that it like fuses into the floor and they can't get it open.
I mean, that will work.
Oh my god.
That no land security shit is real bad. Man, that's what happens when you rely on magic. Your trapdoors fuse into the floor.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great excuse. Okay. So they'll use mending to make sure that they can't get into this part of the rug anymore. And they'll just make up an excuse that says, I don't know what I activated, but when I dropped this part of the rug, it just kind of fixed itself. Perfect.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So as you all are preparing for the likely guards that are about to come marching into the room, trying to get your story straight, that is where we are going to wrap up the session for the night.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
The cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Remember this. Remember, make sure you're refreshed with this before we start next time.
Yeah, really.
Keep your story straight.
I'm furiously making notes.
Write that down. Write that down.
Write that down.
Write that down.
But
Perfect.
thank you everyone for coming to join us. We really appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
Thank all you guys at the party. You're great. Yeah, we'll meet up again next Saturday, the 20th, to do it all over again and see how bad everything goes.
Oh,
It'll be
how
great. We'll find.
amazing it's all going to go.
It's gonna
Yeah,
go perfectly
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, have a little
Yeah.
faith in us.
We are
Yeah.
going to jail.
Oh, come on.
Nurse
Again.
Alice.
Again.
Oh, y'all are gonna embarrass him in front of his new dad, having to come and get him out of jail again.
We can talk
Oh,
our way out of this.
no.
This is fine.
Fulton is our
Yeah.
infinite get out of jail free card.
I don't
Right.
think it's infinite, man.
I don't think it's infinite, man.
Yeah.
I
We're
don't
using
think-
up slots
I-
fast.
I don't think that a general can be like, oh, actually, I'm just going to pull these people that robbed the Duke's house out of prison. I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah.
Sure it does.
Or in pepperonis.
The rest of the pepperonis. It'll be fine. Don't worry. We got this. We can do it. We can talk our way out of here.
Absolutely. But yes, otherwise for right now, have a good night, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi.
All right, man. That's a cliffhanger to hang it off of. We're gonna see what how the I bet Yuli, Yavari, and Arca can talk their way out of that. It'll be fine. Plus, there's our distraction. But I do appreciate everyone stopping on by. I hope you all had a fantastic night, a fantastic time listening to all that. But until probably tomorrow, I might do something tomorrow. But until next time, hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Take it easy and stay safe out there in those Fey wilds.